katoa. I will start with the karakia because we haven't Tame with us, so excuse me for reading it, but it's one I haven't learnt off by heart. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa, pounamu te moana. Hei huarahi mā tātou I rangi nei, aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou e tātou katoa, hui e tā iki e. May the peace be widespread, may the sea be like greenstone and the pathway for us all this day. Let us show respect for each other, for one another, and bind us all together. So, welcome everyone. I thought that was, I'm echoing. I thought that was a suitable karakia for the purpose of the LTP, where hopefully we'll come to a position that binds us all together by the end of these 2.5 days. So, just in terms of apologies, we move that the apologies of Councillor Forsyth be noted. I'll move. Councillor Bunty seconds, all in favour. The agenda is confirmed. Just going to note, get Julie or myself to just note how we intend to, you can do it, run through the day. Obviously there's a lot of moving parts, and I just want to say we've done a lot of work on this, haven't we, since being back in the veranda with the sticky notes and the whiteboards and all those other good things. And we've had a really good lot of conversation going into the draft. So hopefully the amount of time that we've allocated is sufficient, given that we've discussed many issues. So we'll only be really focusing on the issues that need further discussion, not rediscussing every portion of the long-term plan, which would take us far more than the 3 days allocated. So we will be taking a by exception, and Julie will spell this out a bit more clearly. We'll be taking a by exception kind of approach to the work, and we will thank you to everybody who emailed in all your motions, requests, etc. We're really grateful for that. Becca's got a list of those all together, so we're in good hands there. We will we'll start with the DCs, the financial as reported there, and then we will note our decisions until we will go in the formal question debate format, and we'll take a vote, but it'll be noted rather than adopted for the purposes of if once the financial projections are all done, we need to revisit something, we can, because you may recall last time we got ourselves into a bit of a wedge where the last few things on the last day were above and beyond any other budget, and so that became quite problematic, and I want to avoid that. That's it. So hang on, I'll get to you, Julie, to open the day. I just forgot to do declarations of interest. We have the register of interest already up to date, so there should be none. No? If you forget and halfway through the debate you realise you're connected with a project or something, then let us sing out and we'll do it at that time. There is no public forum, of course, because this is, we've had the hearings and this is deliberations. Yeah, I'm just going to that one. Confirmation of the agenda, please. I'll so move. Deputy Mayor Taylor will second. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. There's Chair's report, but I've just about given it to you already. So I won't go into that. I'll just move that my report be received. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Taylor. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Did I? No, I didn't. Did I miss the minutes? Yep. Confirmation of the long-term plan open minutes. I thought we did that. We did that.
I'm sorry.
Yep. No, we definitely did. No, we did, because I moved it and Jeff seconded it.
The minutes?
Okay. Yep, I was just so speedy. You blinked.
Very fast.
I was getting through the easy bits. Yeah. Okay, so Chair's report's done also, and we'll now ask Julie to give us a rundown of the day and how we're going to help councillors through the day. And then we'll go into the first item, which is the development's contribution. Should be so straightforward.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Good morning, Mayor Paula and councillors. So today we continue our LTP journey, and as Mayor Paula has talked about, back in December you confirmed the long-term plan budget, and then we went out and consulted on that. In the consultation process, we asked about some specific projects, but people, of course, were able to give their views about anything, and many of them did, which was really great. The projects we asked about, just to clarify, the projects we asked about in the consultation document specifically, the preferred option was the option that was baked into the long-term plan budget. So unless you want to change that preferred option, there's no motion required because it's already in there. We are just putting together a list so you'll be able to see what those preferred options were and the alternative options were as well, so you can have that in front of you during the day. The process for today, when we get past the DC policy and the growth policy and move into the long-term plan deliberations section, is there's sort of two components to that report. The first component is about changes to our operating budget and our capital budget. And these are changes that have arisen since December, because December's now, 4 or 5 months ago, that we want to reflect into our budget, or we should reflect in our budget. So things like where we've got more information like updated interest rates, or we've identified there has to be a correction in one of our capital projects. We've got a couple of corrections. That information we want to put in front of elected members so you can see that and approve that. And Tracy will talk to that section so we can answer all the questions on those changes during that discussion. The second sort of section is around what the feedback the community has given you and what you want to do in terms of the rest of your long-term plan budget. You might want to look at whether you want to change any of those preferred options, which were the baked-in ones, into the budget, and we'll need to put up a motion to change those. So this is your opportunity to make those changes. So the process, what we're suggesting is that Mayor Paula will call for motions, and a lot of you have given us motions, and that's really helpful. And at that point, the motions will be put up as a motion for the purpose of modelling. So as Mayor Paula mentioned, we're not asking you to vote on it, to adopt it at this point. It's basically so that you have the opportunity to ask questions, have a debate about the motion, and then decide if you want to give direction to staff for the purposes of modelling. If that is approved at that point, that allows Tracy's team, so Candice and Joe, who are sitting over there behind the screens, to actually put it into the financial model, and we can see the implication of these things. So during the day, we'll collect up all of these motions, and as we're working through them, we'll include them into the model. At the end of all of these motions that you want to consider, we'll be able to tell you what the financial impact of that is. And again, have the opportunity for clarification at that point. What will happen post that is Mayor Paula will then put up, or suggest someone puts up a motion for the final budget, and that will list out all the motions that we would have considered so far. And that will allow you the opportunity to, again, re-debate any of those if you wish. So put up amendments to any of those motions. At that point, if you want to change them, we will be able to model the impact for you at that point. That would also be a really good point if you wanted to consider any motions in relation to the financial strategy. So that might be where you balance the books, where we hit our debt levels, and what sort of level of rate increase. And again, we'll be able to model those for you. Once you've happy with that and you've been through the process of that motion and any amendments to that motion, they will be adopted as the budget for the long-term plan. So that's sort of the end point at that point. And then we move on to the revenue and financing policy. We've switched that to the last policy because it allows us to incorporate any changes that come out of your LTP deliberations. And just to remind Council, post these sessions, what happens next is the finance team have to do the financial statements. So as part of our long-term plan document, we have a full financial statements. So there's quite a bit of work for them to make sure those are right. We're working on the words that go into our LTP document. So remember, it's quite a little book. So there's a lot of words that explain our services and our levels of service, our performance measures, and of course have to audit that. The draft long-term plan document in total is coming back to a workshop with councillors on the 2nd of June. That's been scheduled into your diaries. That will allow you to have a look at it and give us staff any feedback around that document, and then it comes to the 24th of June for formal adoption. So main thing to remember is when we're talking about the motions today, please, if you can give us any more in advance, that's really helpful because it allows Joe and Candice to set up the system to be able to model them, and that they are for the purposes of modelling. It allows us to do that process like we did with the annual plan where you get through them, have a debate about them, and then we can see the impact.
Yep, questions?
A workshop in 2nd of June?
Yes, 2nd of June?
Is that called information session?
Yes, it is.
Right. Possibly if we could...
Sorry, what day? 4th, sorry, my apologies, 4th of June.
Oh, that, yeah, cool. Thank
I
you.
think it's an afternoon session? Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's in there. Thank you. That's fine.
Mark, yeah.
I appreciate Nigel will have a mentioned already tidying this sort of stuff, but as the conversation goes throughout the 3 days, there's still flexibility to shuffle in there as we come up.
Yes, definitely, and we really are happy to take them at any time, but we will ask if you can just have a little bit of patience with us.
Yes,
One of the
course.
things we want to make sure is that we get them worded right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we might say, can we just have a few moments to check the wording?
Great.
And also, I can see Candice looking at me, also to make sure that if we want to model these, that we've got all the information we need to be able to model them.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll be taking reasonable breaks as we need to do that, because I think it's better to do that than to try and bring it all together at in the last hour of a meeting. So that'll help, I think, too, with staff, because they've also got to eat and have a break as well. So just be, yeah, I know. Well, I thought they were pretty superhuman, but apparently staff have to eat as well.
Not Energizer ones.
Well, thank you for that.
Thank you.
That overview, Julie. And no more questions. Everyone's happy, comfortable with where we're heading. So let's get on with the big item of development contributions. Good morning, guys.
Morning.
So you're mostly going to focus on what's different rather than what was the same, aren't you? So just for the...
Yes, that's correct, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. So this report presumes that the provisions that were adopted for the consultation of the draft policy continue through to the final DC policy for 21-22. These can be all be removed by resolution of council though, so if there's anything you want to raise in that space, would you let us know? I'll take the report as read, but I would like to point out one thing. The modelling work for the LTP continues, and we've updated paragraph 94 being the peacock yield. This has been confirmed after the revenue figures were finalised for those deliberations reports, and has a net positive effect of $11 million on revenue. That is paragraph 94, the peacock yield.
Attachment 4, paragraph 94, isn't it? Yep.
I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, I'm sure there will be some questions. I've got a couple, but I'll take from the floor first. So I think first up is, sorry, hang on, get that in front of me. Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Just a question for clarity around the site credits. I understand it was a contentious issue and we've since pulled that out of our draft policy, which we're about to approve, I guess. What does that mean? Does that mean that developers get a refund, or how does it actually work in real terms now if there's an over assumption?
So there's some draft provisions that we've attached to this report that outline how that might happen. The plan is to have an application process, so site credits will remain on site unless the landowner applies to have them refunded. Due to some advice we've had in the area, it's best to make the refund to who paid the development contributions originally. So there might have been a sale of the section in between when it was developed and someone paid for the credit, and the eventual owner who is the sort of like long-term occupier of the site. So if the long-term occupier of the site, who is the beneficiary of the credits, applies to have them refunded, the refund would go back to who paid them originally. So that's the way that we can ensure that council is safeguarded and that we don't refund to the wrong person or get into disputes in that area. If the current landowner and the original payer want to have a side agreement of how that might be shared between them or anything like that, that's not really for council to get involved in. But the process is going to be detailed in the policy.
Okay, and will that site credit be automatically identified, or would it be the onus would be on them to identify and apply for it?
The onus would be on them.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor McPherson?
Thanks. Since we did the draft DC's policy back a few months ago, how have the DC's in revenue been tracking or against the sort of planned revenue, and including looking forward to the consents that have been issued to take place over the next, say, 12 months. So and then you'll get the DCs. Is it looking better, worse? About, how is it?
The current annual plan projections we are on track to meet. Part of the update I alluded to in the opening statement was the modelling process, taking all the information it knows, the best information, and that is partly why the revenue projections have changed. So it's all the best inputs, and the current forecasting that we have includes that.
But looking ahead the next 12 months, because we would have issued consents that we're not going to collect DCs on until the year one, for instance, is that looking on track as well? Or you're going to significantly revise the...
Sorry, I think, I think in part you're asking, have we seen a rush of consents in the lead up to this?
Or a major drop, something that will significantly change in either direction.
Yeah, so we track the DC revenue, and actually I might just ask Nathan. Okay, it's on track. So they haven't seen any great abnormalities about it. The way the modelling works, it takes into account that prior policies will be the ones getting paid, particularly over the first year.
Yes.
In terms of the overall revenue,
but also the volume, could change. Even if the policy remains the same, the volume of consents, if that increases, then you're going to increase your DCs.
So all of the numbers you see are based on the charges that will be in your new policy. Obviously, the current policy will continue to be the policy that people pay against for some period of time.
That's not really what I'm after.
Sorry.
What I'm after is the volume related question. Have we got more consents coming through and therefore generating more DCs than you projected back in December?
Right.
Looking ahead over this early part, especially of the LTP.
So I think the projections versus the actuals in terms of consents is particularly for dwellings, which is a good measure, is about the same or slightly higher. So just in terms of the nominal number of new dwellings versus projections.
So no significant change would be shown in these new revenue forecasts that we'll be getting.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm really after. Because if there was extra money coming in that we hadn't allocated, we might regret that later. But if it's about the same, then there's no point changing the revenue projection yet. Yep. Thanks.
Councillor Thompson.
I was just interested in the housing yield in Peacock. So from the report it said we were going from 6,000 to 7,000 dwellings approximately. I'm interested in, I guess, is that based on what you, despite allowing quite a bit more density, is that assuming that there won't be full uptake of that what's allowed in terms of density?
It's based on the latest, quite comprehensive desk analysis on what's known about consents and what's understood to be, likely in the new structure plan that's being developed. So as far as the DCs go, the yield was based on the old structure plan and it was dated to some extent. So now that we have a more comprehensive and up-to-date version that also reflects what we think might happen in the structure plan, which is increased density, so reduced yield because of the stormwater and ecological things that reduce the yield, and then an increase in density. So the net effect of that is about 6,000 to 7,000 revised.
Yeah, right. Because originally it was, so you're saying 6,000 to 7,000 was a revised amount. I thought it.
So in the draft policy that council adopted for consultation, it was about a 6,000 total yield, and this density analysis has come in recently, and that is about 7,000.
Yeah. Okay. And the developers there feel that we have allowed for the right amount of density in terms of making those development contributions more affordable?
So, well, I'll certainly be pleased, I imagine, that the yield is up, obviously, because that has the effect of reducing the charges. And from my perspective, it's the best information we have, and it's the appropriate thing to have in the policy at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Nigel Rowe.
First, Stafford, can you just say again, what did you say in the beginning about 11 million?
Yeah, so that's the outcome of the remodelling of the Peacock's yield has resulted in an $11 million increase in development contributions revenue.
And that'll be coming through the forecast later. All right. And just a question around this LifeMark 4-star accredited bit. So from my understanding, so LifeMark, they conduct the assessments?
Yes.
And do we know what the cost of that is to the client?
I think the major cost is if they need to change their development. So there's minimal compliance costs in terms of applications. I'm working with the LifeMark rep in our area at the moment, Helen. So she's very helpful helping guide us through how this process might work. But it would be that the applicant wanting the remission would prove that they are LifeMark accredited. But yes, there will be additional costs, and as I allude to, it's probably more than likely the change in the design costs of particular buildings that outweighs the financial consideration of any application. Got you.
So just for my understanding, to have a LifeMark assessment done, the client would have to pay LifeMark to actually conduct that?
I'm not sure of what the cost of that is, but that is how I understand it.
All right. And in terms of council, so it says that the reviews are completed at resource consent, building consent, and then again at code of compliance stages. How does that affect the workload or the time constraints for council?
You're right, it is additional work for council. At the moment, some of the benefit of the way the current policy is structured is that it's very easy to implement a policy that has, if you're a building consent in this area, or a resource consent in this area, you are eligible for this remission. So that is the simplest, most easy to implement policy. This adds additional work on top of that. But that is why staff are proposing to put most of the onus on proving the compliance with this standard on the applicant, who is getting the financial benefit, opposed to staff doing the work. But yes, it will be more work for staff.
And the last question was, at which point does the client know about this? Like in their design stage, how are we telling people?
That's a good question. We'll be discussing this with Planning Guidance Unit and the Building Unit, especially in pre-application process.
Yeah.
But part of this will be around getting the information out to those developers undertaking development in the CBD and letting them know of the updates. Council does email developers and let them know of the changes that are happening to the policy. So post this deliberations meeting, once we have our resolutions, we'll update the development community on where the direction of council is going. The development community is tuned in to listen to this because it has real world effects on their business, and the likes of advocacy groups like the Property Council can help us get the message to developers.
And just last question, how do we find out what those additional costs would be to the client?
I can circulate that back
Thank
to you
you.
before the end of this meeting.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kesh. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Kia ora te whānau, kia ora boys. My question is around point 25D. There was a really compelling submission from an architect during the submissions. Regards the idea of using the space before it was developed. And I looked through the report, but that was the last I saw of it in the report.
Yes.
I know it could be a reasonably logistical nightmare, but, and I'm thinking with my play strategy hat on, where is your thinking on that currently?
Some notes here, one moment.
With regards to making little parklets and stuff out of vacant land.
Okay, we have taken this idea to the Central City River Plan Advisory Group, so it's scheduled to go to them.
Oh, to this group?
Yes, so before we put in place a regulatory policy to enforce this, we thought it was a good idea to go talk to developers and work with them as opposed to trying to be, the stick before we do the carrot. It's also around council enabling this type of activity by having the right
Gear to put in the
furniture, available for development. And perhaps we need to investigate that further before we put it into the policy. I don't think we have a well thought out position on this at this stage to change the development contributions policy.
So should we decide, and I'm thinking perhaps it's something the community committee could get involved in as well, with some pop-up play gear, etc. Should we decide that's a go? Have we left it too late for the LTP, or can we do that at any time?
Typically sort of substantive changes for policy reviews, just because it's quite a wieldy process. I mean, my thoughts on we're talking about the requirement to maintain level of urban.
Yeah, in the CBD only. Yeah.
Because we should bear in mind, because the policy in effect is recovering capital costs, and it works most efficiently when it's doing that. So as we turn it more into a sort of criteria-based policy, or into, because then you have to think about sort of compliance and that type of thing, which is really in the field of say planning guidance. So I would say some caution in having the policy have sort of more, cogs and levers to it.
Well, I'm kind of thinking if you can put LifeMark in there, you could put something else in there. I guess we've opened the door for that kind of thinking, haven't we?
Yeah, so I guess just to bear that in mind.
So is it more of a district plan area, or?
I'd say so. I mean, you can have criteria. I mean, we have criteria in the policy to try and, give effect to what we're trying to do. So the CBD remission is obviously a good example of, vibrancy in the CBD. But it does it at a level of you get 66% remission. So we are introducing some more nuance here in the policy, where we have sort of finer objectives around, say, LifeMark, and there's, we talked about accessibility in this. So you can do it, but at some point you're probably cluttering up an infrastructure recovery policy with more on the ground sort of considerations like parking and whatnot. So I guess that's a decision for council, but I'd certainly like, say, a bit of caution about how many of those type of things you build in there.
Yeah, okay, all right. So I guess I'm looking for some steering from you, that if we are keen on that idea, where we take it to. So, but you're saying to the River Plan Advisory Group in the first instance, and then
come back to you pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I think ultimately if the council wants to have that in its policy, it will still have the opportunity at adoption for something like that doesn't dig into the structure of the policy. You don't want to change a catchment or something that would probably not work. So there is an opportunity, and yeah, that would be my advice around the actual provision.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, David.
Thank you. And Mark, just so you know, when you're looking that way, it's a little bit harder down your microphone.
Oh, sure, yep, okay.
You can just put
Do
the
you want me to start again and?
No,
Okay.
just next time, just put on your radio voice and we'll,
Fine, beautiful day, 14 degrees.
thanks.
Thanks.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've got two questions initially. Six-storey remission in paragraphs 27 to 33. Is the $1 million the best estimate that you've got at this stage of what the total remissions might be?
Yes.
And is that based on some specific known bills that are likely to occur between now and 2024?
The challenge with that is there going to be one or none, or two or none? So in terms of projecting, we have to take I mean, what was it actually based on? What was your...
It was based on an estimate of what one might look like and the additional cost that might incur over and above the already included DC CBD remission.
Yep.
So assuming they already get a certain percentage off being in the CBD, the additional top up over the 3-year period. But like Greg alluded to, one large building might be more than that, or two small buildings might sort of come in around that size. So it really depends if the success of the policy, if the policy is very successful, it will cost council more money.
More than $1 million. Okay, thank you for that. The second question is the paragraphs 4 and 5, which show potentially lost revenue of, my addition was about 29.2 million over the 10 years. Is that the same as the 27.1 million that appears in paragraph 42 in item 10, and the adjustment being made to the budgets, or is that quite separate?
Sorry, item 10.
Sorry, maybe I can clarify. Councillor Pascoe, is that, you're talking about the LTP?
I'm talking about the
Document?
budget adjustments.
Yes.
And there's a $27.1 million decrease in forecast DCs.
Yes, no, that is strictly related to the adjustment in interest charges. So we applied the same interest rate to the DC model.
No, this is DC revenue.
No, so Councillor Forsyth, as you'll be aware, and Greg can talk about this at great detail, there is an inherent interest rate that's applied to the future cost and net present value of our capital costs in calculating our DC charges, and in changing that interest rate to reflect the most current one, it has an impact on the DC revenue we collect. So that's been factored into that.
That's not particularly clear, is it, on paragraph?
No, so I agree that more information will make it easier to understand. So the finance team at that item will discuss that in quite a lot of detail.
Okay, but it is quite different. The 29.2 that we are provisionally adjusting DCs for in this report is different to the 27.1 in the subsequent report.
So maybe one thing to clarify, all of the amendments, everything in this deliberations policy, the revenue that's forecast,
is already built into the existing.
That's what the LTP is using.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
so effectively we export our revenue.
Yeah, I get it now.
And then they have their processes and split out some revenue and interest, etc., which I don't necessarily understand, but we export the revenue.
Yep. So all of these adjustments that are in your report are already embedded in the LTP budget.
That's right.
That has gone out for consultation. That went out for consultation.
No, that is in this deliberations report. So the one that went out for consultation would be slightly different, but there have been some amendments, so there'll be some change. There have been some changes, which are the recommendations in this DC report, which have slightly changed what the draft policy was. So that led to slight changes in the revenue.
Okay, so do we know what they are? If we approve this report, do we know what changes that will make to the LTP report that went out for consultation?
Can I have a absolute confirmation of that from the finance staff? Just make sure we get it right from the horse's mouth rather than via the jungle.
Yep. I can get Tracy to confirm it.
Yeah.
Yeah, my understanding is, as Greg has said, if you look on page 62 in the table there,
Yep.
in the executive summary,
Yep.
it lists the recommendations, and those have been built into the revenue that has flown into our LTP document and budget.
That went out for consultation?
No, so these recommendations have come since the consultation period on the DC policy. So from the DC policy consultation, the staff have formed up these recommendations. We have taken those recommendations and the financial impact of those recommendations and flown them in to what our starting position is for the long-term plan budget.
So to try and be helpful, what's in the report, the changes that are highlighted in the report have been translated into the finances, right?
That's right.
So the bits that you see in red or whatever colour it was,
I haven't got anything in red here.
it's in the body of the reports, of the attachments, where the changes have been made, right?
Would a simpler way, because I'm not understanding this at all, would a simpler way be to say, if we took paragraph 4 on the staff recommendation to reduce the 100, no, let's take an easier one that's easier to, the 66% CBD remission in item 5, which is a $10 million reduction, that was already embedded into the budgets that went out in February?
Correct.
Yeah, so there's no change occurring from what we're being asked to approve today in terms of the finances.
I'll just say,
Question. So today your report, so Councillor Pascoe's trying to understand the difference between what went out for consultation and then what he will adopt in today's report. Should we adopt this report? Hopefully we do. So that's the first question, so to understand that delta. Then he wants to know if that delta has been captured in the final document for the 10-year plan as a total. So there's two parts. First part, what changes have you recommended since the draft policy? And secondly, if those changes have been correctly captured in the budgets included in the 10-year plan report?
yes, understood. So from the draft policy, so from the draft policy, you had a revenue projection, which went into the financial modelling and the financial reporting to go out with your
Consultation
public
document.
consultation documents. Since then, the changes that have been made to the draft DC policy, which is now appears in this report, is in that paragraph 4. And so these are the changes in the revenues since the draft policy went out. And you can see the first one, trivial impact. The second one around the social housing remission, where we've asked the elected members to make a decision on that. So there's either an $8 million difference or no difference. The third one, we introduced the credit refund provisions, and then that allowed us to calculate that. And so there's a $200,000 revenue, which, and et cetera, and then NA. And then the last one is the Peacock's yield change, where that information came post going out, and that is, as said at the start, 11 million. So you could total those up and say it's about $12 million in revenue difference between the draft policy and the current policy.
Right. And depending on, obviously, depending on how we approve these or otherwise today, will then impact on the budgets that we've got.
And the last point, I guess, just to be clear, is that all of the changes, so including the table in 4 with those amended numbers, those are the numbers that the Finance Department have currently in their financial modelling.
And at the now, so putting a black line underneath that one, so that's not re-question that information. Moving on, you'll note that in this report it talks about some modelling and some interest rate adjustments, which are over and above that in paragraph 87, which were yet to be modelled in this report when it was put out, have now been updated into the financial information within a 10-year plan deliberation report, which is the information you're talking about, Councillor Pascoe, in Schedule 10 of that deliberation report in terms of those, I think it's Schedule 10, I don't have it in front of me, those financial changes like the DC revenue impact. And that's to do with shifting a capital program, that's to do with interest rate changes, and that's been updated. So that information is referred to in this DC report, but no numbers assigned to it at that stage. When the report was finalised, it wasn't done. It was done subsequently in the financial information.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you for the answers.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Then I have a question before I go back round to...
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Morning, gentlemen. My questions is in regards to the remission for building 6 stories or more in the CBD. From the report I've read, I understand that the financial implications will be $1 million of reduced revenue over the first 3 years, and that's already been calculated in the budget.
Yeah, that is correct.
Can you help me understand the current projection? So is that 1 or 2 developments, or is that 1 development? And when calculating that, what lead time have you used to try to extrapolate the effect? I'm just trying to get an understanding of, is that 1 project or 1 building? Yeah, does that?
So we don't have the precision to forecast how many 6, 8-storey buildings will be in the CBD over the next 3 years. So it is of the financial projections, one of the ones that has the least accuracy, the highest margin of error. And as I said before, if this policy is very successful and there is a large number of these buildings, the cost will be higher. If it is equally not successful at all, the cost would go down to 0. The effects of this was based on 1 additional large building. So that is a large residential building. I did a hypothetical DC assessment on what 1 building might look like, and this was the additional cost that came from that.
My next question, in the last 2 years, has there been in the CBD any development 6 floors or above?
Nothing being built. There has been resource consent activity at that stage, but nothing has been constructed or started construction yet.
And of those that have resource consent, how long have they held that resource consent? I'm just trying to get an understanding as if they've got resource consent, but they're now re-debating whether or not they can make the project stack up. And would this help them get that across the line, or is it just a matter of timing and our policy change would have no significant input to the decision of when it would start?
So, I mean, it's a little bit opinion, I guess. My understanding of the consents is that there have been consents that probably have been affected by feasibility, but also it's the middle of COVID, so, you know, there's a certain amount of, I don't know, that probably caused people to be a little bit more pessimistic. Just from conversations with the Property Council and some of the development community, I've sort of had some mixed responses, but certainly some positive responses, and from one developer in particular who felt that yes, it could be, you know, it could make the difference between putting up 2 more floors, you know, going from 5 to 7 in order to seek the remission. So I think it's a bit of a mixed bag, but I think there's been some positive, you know, feedback. But I guess the proof's in the pudding, you know, because it only takes 1 sort of to make it, you know, immediately successful, and 2 potentially very successful, given that the last 8-storey building in the city was a long time ago. I don't remember it.
And final question, if I could. Yeah, conflict of interest, so am I. Such a policy, which is the current recommendation from staff, is consistent with this council's policy of trying to rejuvenate and send a clear message. High density, high rise is wanted in the CBD.
Yes, I'd say yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. My question, Ewan's asked a couple of my questions. My questions were along the same lines, just to foreshadow that I have a motion in respect to these CBD and the high-rise remission. If we were to, so there's only a handful of developers big enough, likely enough, to be in the game of a 6-storey building or more at the moment, isn't there, in Hamilton? It's not, people aren't coming in and knocking down the door for the opportunity at this point in time, but there are some flags raised.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. Yep, there are several that can take that on, is my understanding.
Yeah, okay. In terms of if we were to reduce the CBD remission, a portion like we always intended to, it was always, my understanding is historically it was 100, 66, 33, right? And it's been 100, 66, 66, and it was going to go for another period of 66. If it went down to the projected 33, what additional revenue are we likely to achieve in your estimates?
Estimated additional, well, we would forego 5 million less over the 10-year plan period is the estimate.
Forego 5 minutes less, so that would be less ratepayer subsidy of that.
So it means the current proposal we'd forego $10 million over the 10-year plan, and if it was, the remission was halved to 33%, we're corresponding.
Yeah, so we'd save 5 million out of the 10.
5 million better off, probably, is one way to put it.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I get where you're going. In terms of the high-rise remission, was that intended to be, because it's in the draft document, it was 100% within the CBD. Was that intended to, they can't be an addition because you can't get more than 100%. So that was 100%. So if it was less, say it was, for argument's sake, 66%, same as the CBD remission in general, they'd only get it the once, wouldn't they?
If it was 66% for both, yeah, they'd get 66% regardless of.
So they don't, yeah. So the other thing is, what would it look like financially if we went down the same model of saying, well, 100 the first year, although I have some issues with the 100 the first year, I'll ask them a question, 100, 66 and 33 like we did to revitalise the CBD, what would that look like instead of sitting at 100% for 3 years?
Do you mean in terms of a revenue impact?
Yeah.
So, yeah, worked out if the high-rise building remission was amended from 100% to 50%, is that what you're...
Well, I think, yeah, that's what I'm proposing to float, but also we could go, couldn't we? We could do the same as we did with the CBD. We could go, right, it was 100% the first year to get people who are right there and then keen, get started, 66%, 33% off. We could take that same approach that we did originally form for the CBD remission, couldn't we? And either of those would have a beneficial impact on finances, wouldn't they?
Again, it's my opinion, my guess, but I think once we get to that sort of level of granularity, we're probably, testing the sensitivity. We can change those incentives and see what sort of response we had. I mean, I would say generally, the bigger the remission, the more likely you are to tip people into feasible from not feasible or encourage them to develop. Certainly the council can take different tiered approaches and have different incentive structures. As far as revenue goes, as Steph had mentioned with the high rise, these are pretty coarse projections, based on reasonably high level information. So if you halve the remission, we're just going to assume that you'll halve the amount of revenue you give away. So it's proportional as far as revenue goes.
Okay.
Does that help? Or?
Yeah. So yeah, like you're foregoing the revenue, part of the revenue loss. That's what you're doing by potentially reducing those thresholds, isn't it?
Yeah, you're remitting less, yeah.
Remitting less.
Collecting more of the total DC.
So just to hold this question for this afternoon, because I think some of these questions overlap. So in that case, you'd have the choice of applying that back to rates, because it is a ratepayer subsidy, or you'd have the ability to reduce your debt, and or you'd have the ability to balance your books, right, David? So when you, yeah, if we forewent, you know, say for argument's sake it was $4.5 million that we didn't take off the ratepayers for that purpose, we could take it from debt, we could take it from balancing the books scenario, or we could reduce the rates by, what would 4% be?
Well, 1% is about 1.9 million.
Yeah.
But in terms of DCs, they're fundamentally there to repay debt, so it just means we would repay debt over a longer period of time.
So it's clear that would that not have any positive impact on ratepayers at all?
No, it's just a debt repayment and
So it would be
length of time to
against
repay
the
debt.
So it would reduce our debt, I presume, therefore.
So if our
you
debt
could-
is higher than we had planned, that means our debt to revenue would be the key metric
So
in our financial
that would be the
strategy.
lever, the debt, and then you would potentially have debt headroom to finance something else. Okay, just fleshing out where you could apply savings, inverted commas, if you were to. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Just a follow-up question regarding to the design panel. I note I know this has been a challenge for staff to find a way of making it compulsory. In the feedback you've said, the panel have said if we made it compulsory, it could lead to per-functionary panel applications, just to tick the box and receive the remission. How many CBD remissions do we give out a year in terms of the quantum, not the dollar figure, but the...
About 10, maybe, off the top of my head. Oh, do you know more?
There's actually quite a few small ones, so there might be change in use or fit-outs that generate small DC charges. So if you can think about some of the buildings that maybe aren't as well utilised in the CBD as we might like, often if they get a little bit of money spent on them, there might be a marginal DC charge there. So the quantum's actually quite high. I would say there's probably more around 30.
So if you ruled out, excluding renovation refits, 1-stories, you've actually got quite a small quantum. So what would be the risk if we said, subject to earning the remission, you need to engage with the panel? It doesn't mean that you'd have to necessarily follow through, so it takes away that compliance issue. It just means they've got to have a conversation.
And would that then, suggesting that then would give you a remission, the engagement?
Yeah, it doesn't mean you have to follow, but it means you've engaged, because staff or elected members didn't give away this remission to create anything at any cost, which is what this remission basically does. It could be a big ugly building with no requirement on them to follow urban design principles.
Yes, although there are different checks and balances through the process where hopefully they do have to build something of urban design quality. My main concern with this, with the urban design panel, that we'd have to overcome is introducing. DC's. Obviously, introduce an immediate financial, aspect to it, which wouldn't have been there before. And then also there's an approval aspect. So someone has to be saying that this has met the test and therefore $200,000 remission, which I think it just sort of changes again, my opinion, but sort of the culture of the design panel, which is very collaborative and very open. And I'd just be a little bit concerned that introducing a stop-go on significant amounts of money would be just one thing I'd flag.
But that's not what I said. I didn't say a stop-go, I said engagement. So it wouldn't be a stop-go, it would be they must engage.
Yes, that's right. So sorry, I was talking about what's in the... so if it was engaged, I guess the positive would be, yes, you could do that in a pretty slick fashion. Obviously, that's pretty easy to administer. And then I guess there would be, someone would say that you could just tick the box, potentially, if that was the case, and get your remission.
So what would be the risk to council if we said, if we amended or staff recommendation today, we approved the DC remissions as per, with the requirement that they engage with the urban design panel and we could review it in 12 months.
I think that's an efficient clause. I think that would have a positive effect potentially.
And we could.
It's certainly, it's more simple and straightforward than what was the original proposal as well, so.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thompson?
Another question I had was just around how many developments we have given remissions to that have been 1 or 2 stories in the CBD. With the reason I'm asking is whether there is a need to encourage more density by saying, hey, you get a 33% or 50% remission from 3 to 4 stories and 5, and then for 6 stories it's the 100%, for example. But what are we seeing? Do you know?
So I'm happy to circulate a table of all the, the remissions in the CBD, which I don't have right at my hand. The major beneficiaries of CBD remissions are, well, I guess any development in the CBD, but do you have knowledge of maybe Stafford can help.
I think where we run into some problem here is that where there is a good development that is 2 stories, are you happy that gets a remission or not? So really we're drawing the distinction that density is the only thing we're driving. I can think of examples of 3-story buildings in the CBD, which I don't have an opinion on, but people with opinions have said aren't particularly well designed.
Yep.
So that type of building would get your remission. It is something that has sort of been deemed by experts as not really what we want, but then you get a really good 2-story building that people with an urban design panel eye are saying, wow, that's a great improvement, a corner site with really good frontage and activity. So I think we need to be careful in what we are incentivising here, and is it really achieving what we're looking for? Okay,
and no, that's a fair answer. The other part of that is, are we seeing now anyone we're not really seeing any big box kind of retail or that kind of thing, so we are seeing better quality stuff coming through anyway?
That would be my observation. Apart from the Kmart redesign, rebuild, which I think is quite good, but apart from that, you have to look back quite a long way before you start seeing the likes of the warehouse development, and then even further back. I just don't think it's going to be economically efficient to build these types of offerings in the CBD in the long term. Okay, and final question was just in regard to LifeMark 4 standard. You've said that it wouldn't create much more cost as long as it's incorporated into the design from the start. I was just interested in those multi-storey units. What is kind of required in order as the minimum to reach that LifeMarks 4? So is it just having strong reinforcing along your stairwell, or you're not required to actually put in a lift or anything? That is correct. It's getting ready to have a building that can be fitted with the likes of the lifts and the stairwell and that sort of additional cost at a future date. Yeah. So it's mainly just stuff behind your walls that you can then. And I think it's about width of hallways and corridors and a lot of other elements that have significant costs to amend in the future. But if you design well at the outset, they can be incorporated. Okay. Yeah. No, thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to ask another question. I wanted to ask a question about the 100% remission for social housing providers, which appears to be an either or in the staff recommendation. And one of the submitters produced a report. One of the submitters to the long-term plan, a report from Urban Economics, which suggested that the average DC on residential properties in Hamilton was 15,000, which to me seems a bit light, but even if it was 30,000, your estimate in here is that that would provide somewhere between 25 and 50 new builds or new houses each year within that sector. So my first part of the question is, do you think that the social housing sector will build to that sort of level if that remission is there?
So the financial impact was forecast off 20 houses per year at an estimate of 40,000 development contributions per house.
That's even higher than...
So it's a bit hard to forecast which catchment the social housing will be in. That's why there's that sort of high level assumption of the 40,000 per dwelling. But that's where staff believe the number of dwellings is 20 per year.
And do you think that the social housing sector operating in the city will build to that sort of 20 maybe more, 20 to 40 houses a year?
That's where we think the sector will be over this 10-year plan. It's not currently at that level, but there's a shift towards more activity in the space, and the submissions by the likes of the Salvation Army, I think, can give you comfort that this type of remission will incentivise more activity in Hamilton in that space.
So that's really the second part of the question. As an economist, do you think that if it is 40,000 or whatever the figure is as an average DC, does that incentivise that sector to build a property where the impact of saving that 40,000 will have a significant effect on the rent that they will charge?
I think it does, but more so to that, I think it also signals that Hamilton City Council is saying, come here, come to the city, and it's that collaborative attitude that was indicated through the Salvation Army consent as well, that we're not here to put roadblocks up for this type of development. We're here to do business. So I think that was a really positive submission point from them.
And they're one of the social housing providers. Are there others who have indicated that they would be sufficiently incentivised if that remission was available to them?
So they're the largest provider. In discussions with some of the other providers, they're very heartened by it, but they haven't indicated any concrete.
Okay. Right, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
On that one, I'm just interested in if somebody builds 2 or 3 or 23, it's the same, isn't it?
Meaning, sorry?
Sorry, so if the concession is what it is, it's a percentage concession. So that could encourage people to come in and do dribs and drabs, 2 or 3 social houses at a time, buy a corner section or something that's no longer needed. Whereas what we really want is are you confident that what we will get is a real change of turn up the dial? Because we need social housing and we need affordable housing yesterday. So how do we best get people in the game? Because it seems to me like some people might put a few, and that won't change anything for Hamilton in these few years.
This type of policy direction will make a change at the margin, so we won't see a step change in delivery of social housing due to this policy alone, but as part of a suite of changes you're making, I think it does start to turn the dial like you're suggesting. But yes, you're right, we're not going to go from 1 or 2 housing developments to 20 lot developments. A lot of these providers are very financially constrained. They don't have big revenue sources to do large developments.
Excuse me, and this excludes Kaingaora, doesn't it? So, okay, cool, thank you. Councillors, what I think we're going to do, because I think we're going to put the motions up first. So I've had a thought that is seconded, so I'd like to put up a resolution. Are there any other resolutions, considerations, changes relating to development contributions?
Your Worship, I foreshadow that I may have one, but I wanted to briefly let the Deputy Mayor put his up and see if his reflects potentially where I think we could be heading. If not, then I think Councillor Sarah and I have an amendment, but I want to
So
respectfully
let's
let
give
the
them
Deputy
up,
Mayor.
or let's give them with staff, so we can then come back after a coffee break and report on the implications of each. I've got a motion going up that with Councillor O'Leary as seconder, and it sounds like there's a couple of others in the wing.
I've got an update as well.
Becca, Becca, do you want to do that in the break? Do you want them to supply you there? Have you got it all or not? So please send your changes, but meanwhile, councillors, I do need all councillors in the tea room, please. Going to come back now.
Did you want me to do something?
Oh no, she asked you to unmute.
Who?
I'm not sure why.
Do you want me to say something? I can sing.
Yeah.
You want me to sing?
Welcome back, councillors. So we're going to put some, well, we've got quite a lot on the board. We've got a motion, an amendment, and a foreshadowed amendment. So we're going to suspend standing order, which Becca knows off the top of her head, I'm sure.
Don't know the number, but we're suspending the standing order where you can't speak and debate if you've moved a foreshadowed amendment. So we'll notify that. So we just need a mover and a seconder for that.
I'll second. So that means that we can all talk about all of the motions or all of the amendments and stuff. And we will take the debate still all in the one, but we'll take, obviously, the process is to vote for an amendment. If that's lost, we go for the foreshadowed amendment. If that's lost, we go to the motion. So this is on this topic. This is not on the wider resolution. And are we doing this one for noting, or we're doing this one for? And of course, as I said.
Just bear with me. The word approves, and then that carries over to the end as the sort of the noting.
Subject to what I said before, that these are all noted changes that may, in the wash-up at the end of the 2 days, may be altered. What? Oh, now we've got to check that. Well, that's what we were doing.
Mayor Paula, I've got a question.
Pardon?
I have a question. So there's the motion, there's an amendment, and there's a foreshadowed amendment.
Yep.
Will we be able to see all of those and discuss all of those at once?
Yes, yeah.
They've been emailed?
Some right?
Thank you.
What?
We can make them noting recommendations for the purposes of modelling, and then at the end when we come back again.
Councillors, this is quite important. So we are making noting decisions for the purposes of modelling, which means that when we come back to take the final overall vote, by exception, a matter could be changed.
Yes, and so we'll have a couple of resolutions and we come back at the end, one about DC policy and one about our LTP budget.
So before we go to these, we'll read them so everyone's familiar with what's coming up, and then Stafford's going to talk to us about the implications of each, right? So the motion is, as stated there, which sees the only change from what was in the staff one is the 33% for CBD remissions, which brings it down from the 66% to 33%, which was what was originally forecast when it was in place the first time. The second change is to go from 100% to 50% for the high rise. So that's the effect of the motion. If we go down to the amendment, you will see, you want to say what your intent with the... Is this the staff one?
Yeah, it hasn't got a seconder at the moment.
So the amendment has not got a seconder at the moment, but it is the... Councillor Bunting will second it. It's the staff motion, or the one that was... Shouldn't call it the staff motion. It's the motion that was in the papers as a result of the delivery of the hearings. The foreshadowed amendment is Ewan's one, which says...
Yes, with Councillor Sarah, it maintains the 100% remission on 6 floors and above, retains 100% remission for social housing, reduces the balance of the other remissions down to 50% from 66. It adds a clause regarding to qualify for those remissions that they have to enter the urban design panel process. Sarah?
Just clarifying, so it says all buildings gaining CBD remissions, and it says subject to minor internal, or is that excluding minor internal fit-outs?
So you can remove those words because unfortunately we copied and pasted and so that wasn't, so if I remove that,
Okay.
and then that then is ours, and what I'm meaning by the urban design panel process is that I wanted to try to capture something that Councillor Dave had raised, that I didn't want people getting bogged down if it's a simple social housing project having to put forward this huge urban design panel process. So I was hoping that the urban design panel would publish
Okay.
a best practice process and that they would have to follow that.
Okay,
Does
so
that
we can
make
talk.
sense?
So we can talk further to that in debate. That's the intent. I think the intent is quite clear. So you've got the three options are there now. Stafford, do you want to talk through the implications of the changed ones, not the staff one, because the staff one's in the report, or not the one in the report. Sorry, I keep calling it staff. Well, the one in the report is the one in the report. We've discussed that, but the alterations, being mine and being Ewan's, do you want to make any comment on the implications of either of those?
So I just note with the CBD remission revenue projections that as the percentages changes, the revenue implications change proportionately. So a change from a 66% to a 33% remission would be half the revenue implication. The same with any other percentage that was brought to the table. So 100 to 50% for the high-rise remission would be half. And if you were to, say, go down to a 75% remission, that would be 3/4 of the cost.
Oh, hang on, Dave. Ryan's got a question. Then you.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks. Stafford, just a question on, being the amendment. Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah,
Just the wording, where it says subject, it's point 5, all buildings. Sorry, it's meant to be except buildings with minor internal fit outs. Is that enough clarity around the intent of what we're trying to do there?
I think that probably a pragmatic way to go forward is to put something a little bit less definitive in there. I know that through discussions with the urban design panel, for instance, they wouldn't want to receive a duplex development if there was just a small two-unit development. So there's probably some drawing a line there that needs some sort of tightrope walking there that will keep away some of the smaller ones, but enable all the larger ones there. So if you could leave that less definitive, and through discussions with the urban design panel, if we could bring back a more definitive answer for you. I feel like if we write in a definitive resolution here, we might tie our hands bringing the right policy provisions back to you. That's something that the urban design panel can implement.
So that's an answer to your question. So.
Did you have a helpful point? Yeah.
Yes, I was just procedurally, it may be helpful to look at the foreshadowed, just that last clause, because we've tried to reflect that by using the word process rather than the way you.
I think to land on something today, we'll do that, because otherwise we won't get there. Yeah.
So the amendment is what was circulated in the papers. The foreshadowed.
It's just
amendment.
the wording on this clause. If we could replicate it from the foreshadowed amendment into Taylor amendment.
So that's the amendment that Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor and yourself have moved, yeah?
Thank you. That's good.
Okay, so same wording. So does everybody understand that? No, that people are still confused. Councillor McPherson.
Oh, it was just, Stafford, your simple mathematics, halving the thing will halve the revenue lost. That's not, I think, CBD remission policy currently has shown there's actually a sliding scale. If you halve the remissions, you may do more than just halve the revenue loss, because you're actually getting into the territory of driving behaviour. So at a certain a major change will have more than double the effect. You know, if you have something, might be 3/4 effect. Greg was alluding to that before.
I think that's the right economics We're just limited by data, really, in terms of how would that incentive lead to?
Understand, but shouldn't you, if you were modelling for today's purposes, shouldn't you apply a little bit of a multiplier, not just the...
We can do that.
Yeah,
We can
punt,
take account of that.
You know, instead of 50% of the revenue loss, it might be only 40% lost or 60% lost. A minor change just to reflect where we think those thresholds might start affecting.
Yeah, so
decisions.
reflect the incentive in the revenue figure.
Yeah.
We'll do some work around that.
Thanks.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, look, I'm just having some bells ringing in my head about C and all three of the proposed recommendations, and that is around the social housing providers. When you look at paragraph 4 in the DC report, it seems to me that if we introduce it, the $8 million is not already embedded into the budget, and yet each of C indicates it is, and that it will have no impact on the DC revenue. Am I missing something here?
Oh, that one's probably the confusing one a bit, because it's optional in this report. In the draft policy that went out for consultation, it included a social housing remission, so it took account of an $8 million foregoing of revenue. Okay. In this report, it says, please choose.
So you're saying here, if we don't pass it here, there's an $8 million saving.
Correct.
In what is currently in the budget that went out for consultation.
That's right.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Gone. Cash.
A question. With the CBD remissions, all three have the same dollar amount? Is that correct? So they all say 5 million?
I think there's probably been a change in the last few minutes.
Oh, gosh.
So the first one is you've halved the remission, and so you get back half of the money that would have been foregone. Half the 10 million is 5 million.
Yeah.
And then the second one is 50%. The second one is the same, so there's no change.
Yeah.
And the third one is 50% remission, which, if you do the maths, is 1.7 million that you give away less.
Yep.
Yeah, so you're positive in effect. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
It hasn't changed in the email version.
Yeah, can we get an email version of that one? Thank you. I can't see that part.
Okay, Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, just in terms of financial modelling of the motion amendment and the foreshadowed, or maybe just the motion amendment, can we get an understanding of the direct impact on the rates rise? No?
David. Go again, Angela.
In terms of the motion and the amendment on the board, can we have some financial modelling on the direct impact on the rates rise for year one?
I think what you said before is the impact was sit on the debt.
That's correct. So any reduction in development contributions would reduce the amount of debt we repay.
But can we have some
So
understanding of what that is?
impact rates, it'll impact the debt to revenue ratio.
Do that now. I guess what it means, Councillor O'Leary, is that if it comes off the debt, then there's more room to move other things into the debt, including some of the rates impost, presumably.
Shouldn't we, though, Mayor Paula, as a matter of course, suggest that if we increase or decrease that impact, we should look at what the effect would be on rates, rather than simply saying that it will increase our debt?
Yeah.
So that at least we have a comparison between the impact that the savings or the increased spend has on what the rate increase percentage is.
Well, we could adjust rates as an increase rates so what you're doing is shifting that DC revenue for the debt repayment to increased rates revenue.
I mean, we could do both, couldn't we? We could look at it, what impact it would have on our surplus or our balancing the books deficit, and then what we would have to increase rates by.
To get back to the position we're at today.
To the start position.
Yeah,
correct.
So that's what the modelling you want, isn't it?
Apologies,
I'd like to have that up as an option.
It's coming. So are there any other questions? Because I'm not sure until we've got that to hand, we can make a decision. Albeit for noting anyway. Tracy, do you think it would be far away or? Well, I think we're going to just about to go into debate, so it would be quite good to have it. Jeff, question?
Mayor Paula, I think there's a clause missing from my amendment, and that's the one about 6 stories, the 100% remission for 6 stories and over. I'm not seeing it in there now. It's like and when it's been transferred across, it's fallen out. What number is that in the others?
In the foreshadowed it is.
Is it in there either?
Jeff?
Yeah.
Literally, there's some off the edge of it.
Oh, it's on the edge of the...
Oh, it's hard to tell if it's in yours or somewhere else.
High-rise building.
Oh, it is there, it is there.
So how long do we feel the financial modelling is going to take? Just 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We'll just have to hang on, sorry.
When you said say it fell off the page, sometimes it really does.
Yeah, it has come off the page.
I can't see it on mine.
So the 6-storey thing isn't in there.
On the iPads, it's not there, but it is on.
It's not on the email either, Dave, on the.
Can we just make sure the full recommendations are visible? Because Jeff's saying that something's fallen off the page.
It's gone off to the side. Yeah, because it's the last 2 shadows as well.
So can we make sure they're... It's going to be resent in any moment now.
See, it's in point 5 of the motion.
Could do. What we could do while we allow that modelling to occur is just to set it aside and to go into the growth contributions report. Is that growth funding policy
Sorry?
report? Yeah.
Okay, you sure?
Sorry. Just to use the time,
Yeah, sure.
and then we'll come back to this.
Okay, so this item is the growth funding policy deliberations report. Follows the DC policy in the agenda. I'll take the report as read. Just happy to answer any questions.
Who's seat 10? No, are there any questions on the growth funding deliberations report? Greg, so Ryan will move. Is there a seconder? I'm happy to second it. We need to have it on the table for discussion.
If we're in debate, you can sit back in your...
One question.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah.
Are we debating this as well?
No, just a question. I just wanted to ask, we were having this peer review undertaken of our growth. And I'm just, and while I appreciate this report is following what we previously agreed, where do you anticipate if there are some changes and the peer review comes back with a different formula or a different emphasis on our growth, where do you see that direction of travel going? Will it kind of morph its way towards next year's annual plan, or will we need to sit down and re-look at, you know, our growth predictions if there are significant differences?
So that peer review we've just received in draft form, but it's coming to the strategic growth committee shortly. So and that's we'll need to really address those issues.
So there is a chance that we might do some changes between now and the end of June, is it?
Yeah, that's right. So there will be options available to council plus the information and the peer review to sort of all get at once. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any further questions on this one? No? There you go. Well, it's been moved and it's been seconded. So we'll go into debate, Councillor Hamilton. I don't need to.
Well, we heard. Can we quote you? We heard some comments from the development community that they saw this as an impediment to development, but staff have assured us that without this we would have a lot of issues with some of our outer sequence growth. And the work that we're doing with our Hamilton Urban Growth Strategy will in time encompass and incorporate some of these principles and policies, but until such a time, it is an important document that council can rely on and use. So I'll just leave it there for now.
Councillor McPherson?
Yeah, just following from what Ryan said, I'm sure that we'll see some possible changes we might like to make at the strategic committee later this month. Whether we make them now or next annual plan like Rob's just raised is yet to be decided, and I think as HUGS rolls out we're going to see the need for more changes. Even if we make some now, we'll still need some more. So it's almost like it needs to be permanently on the agenda, the growth projections, policy and tweaks we need to make to it over the next couple of years, just to make sure we keep it up to date with changing market conditions. So either way, it's a moving feast, and this is just a starting point, which is why I'm going to vote for it.
Yeah, and in that respect, I wonder if that couldn't be noted. We've made reference to that. I wonder if that could not be noted in the recommendation that this may be reviewed in the annual plan or as necessary.
Yeah, both that would, or as necessary, would cover any eventuality.
Is there any issue with that, staff? If we,
just noting it in the motion.
there is an issue with that? No, the question was just noting that this is a starting point and that lots of information will come through growth committee and things may move quite swiftly. We can change it in the annual plan. That's what was said in the debate.
Absolutely.
So can we note it in the recommendation that this may through an annual plan process
So it'd be just a D.
I know, but it's what it talks to.
It's
what it talks to submitters about.
I think there might be a bit of confusion about which policy. This policy, so the Hamilton Urban Growth Strategy is being reviewed currently, which will re-establish the principles that are essentially in this growth funding policy. And this growth funding policy we're recommending stay in place to just prevent council being exposed.
Sorry, Madam Chair, we're actually in debate and staff shouldn't be up here talking to that,
That's
shouldn't
right.
even really ask questions.
Yeah, sorry, that's my fault. Yeah. I just wanted to see if it was
All
material. Okay, that's fine. We'll stick with the recommendation that Councillor Hamilton has put. And you'll finish your debate.
Yeah, I have finished, yeah.
Right. Okay, anybody else want to debate this? Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I wasn't going to speak, but I think that it might be worth adding my penny's worth. Greg says we have an initial draft of the peer review, and it may be a test as to how nimble we are over the next 2 months, or less than 2 months, to see if there are significant changes in the growth strategy from Nydia Low to wherever the peer review has taken us, as to how quickly we might want to start the implementation process. Because I think waiting until this time next year for another annual plan, we might miss out on a number of opportunities. And I see opportunities including, potential need for the city to have more land, which might involve some boundary changes, which we know will take a long period of time to get those sorts of things over the line. So I would like to make some haste rather than slowing the process down to move more quickly if the final report from the peer reviewers suggests that we are a long way out in terms of the growth strategy that we accepted back, I think, in December, when the Nydia Low report was presented to us. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further debate? If not, we'll note this decision. We're going to move to a vote to note this decision. It may come back, of course, or may not, because there doesn't seem to be any substantial dispute with this particular resolution. So we'll go to the vote on the... Oh, yeah, go on, sorry. Yeah. Thought you, because you didn't say much the first time.
Just in response to yourself and Councillor Rob, look, just an assurance that it is a moving feast, and so we're going to have lots of opportunity. The peer review will be coming back before the end of June, so if there's any material changes that would affect potentially even our LTP or CapEx, we'll be capturing that, and there'll be the opportunity to amend it within the next 12 or 18 months as well, and also input with the HUG strategy that we're working on. So there'll be lots of touch points along the way.
Thank you. We'll vote on the board.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We'll go back to the Development Contributions Policy report and how we're going with that financial modelling. Thank you.
So the two options were, if we leave the debt to revenue ratio at what we're calling the base number, which was the 276%, which was the highest that we had, that would reduce our rates to 8.5%. But however, what that does is it still leaves our balancing the books at year 3. If you leave the rates at the 8.9%, which is what we still had in the base, but you obviously repay your debt to revenue ratio, or your debt rather, which affects your debt to revenue ratio, it drops it only to 275%. So it's about a percentage with the debt to revenue ratio. However, what that does do is it balances our books in year 2, so you're back to 0.
Okay, is that clear with everybody? Any questions? Yep. Yeah.
Just checking again about the debt to revenue ratio.
So basically one stage, so it's either 276 with a lower...
In which year?
In 276, I think it's year 5.
Yeah,
so
so
it's that peak year, the
that
highest that we've got over the whole 10 years.
So it gives you another 1% of
1%.
headroom there before the 280.
Yep,
okay.
That's right.
Thanks.
And when you say, Tracy, that we balance our books in year 3, we go back to year 2, what's the deficit in year 3?
It's pretty much the same. It doesn't really affect it in the year 3. So it's pretty much what it was in the base. So which is negative 2, Candice, I think?
2 million or
Yeah.
200,000?
No, 2 million.
So the difference then between year 3 and year 2 is 3 million if we, where we balance the books in year 2 instead of the deficit, instead of carrying the deficit over to year 3.
Yep.
It's about a $2 million
let me just
difference, is it?
that.
Or $3 million difference?
So it's about, I think it's about a $2 million difference.
Okay.
But I can just double check that. Yep, $2 million, yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you've got all the information you need. We're going to go... Sorry, not on the discussion page, sorry. Go, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, sorry, this is the silly question of the day from Councillor Wilson. I may have missed the preamble, so what you've just told me, how did that come about? This is not in relation to any changes suggested in item 7. Was this
No,
just
so this is purely
this
adding in $16.5 million more revenue based on the motion that has been put up today. So basically you're adding in $16.5 million more DC revenue.
Paula's motion. Right, okay, so it is as a result of item 7 and Paula's motion. Right, and is there a comparison with either, well, the status, Jeff's is the status quo, and Councillor Sarah and mine, is there a glimpse of what financial impact that has?
So the only difference between the two is the...
So with,
No,
I think Mayor Paula's went from 30, because hers had a
66 to
significant...
33 and 100 to 50.
Yeah, so it changes, oh sorry, I should...
So what the difference between the two, between the amendment and the motion?
No, the amendment
no.
and the foreshadowed.
Oh, and the foreshadowed.
Yes.
The motion
Aren't they
and the
both,
foreshadowed.
don't they both have the 11? Oh, now one's changed. Oh, where's the 1.7? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that Just to clarify, they both have the peacock
they're both-
yield,
yeah, that's
which
what I
is
was
the
thinking.
11 million, which is the big number.
Yeah,
Right.
And
it's
the
the 11
difference
million,
between
which is,
the motion and the foreshadowed motion is whether it's 33% or 50%.
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's easier to say the difference is the 1.7 million improvement versus over the staff's recommendation, which is Jeff and
Yeah.
We need to, I do need to have all councillors being able to understand where this is.
yeah, I do apologise,
No,
but
that's
maybe
fine.
I'm just a real slow learner.
No, it's got to be clear for everyone.
Can I, can I try and explain?
Use small words.
Yeah. So the $11 million peacocks revenue benefit is across everything, and it doesn't have anything to do with changes made today. It's because of new information. The recommendation was 66% remission CBD, 100% high rise. So if there's no change from that, no revenue impact. If you move from 100% high rise down to 50, there's $500,000 plus.
Right.
If you move from 66 CBD remission down to 33, $5 million better off. And if you move from 66 and the one up there to 50, that's 1.7 better off. And if you go forward with the social housing remission, nothing, because that was in the draft.
Yep.
And if you choose not to go ahead with the social housing, 8 million better off.
No, that crystal clear for me now.
Brilliant, brilliant. Okay, so we go into debate. We're going to debate them all simultaneously, if that makes sense. Contemporaneously, what's the right word? Yeah, so we're going to go to the amendment first. Mover.
Again, could I just need to clarify that point regarding the 6 stories, that clause that we felt was missing from all 3?
Yeah.
So staff have reminded me that it was actually baked into the original.
Yeah, so let's... Yeah, okay. Yeah. I don't think you're going to need 3 minutes. Off you go, and your time starts now.
Thank you. Look, I accept the rationale behind both your motion, Mayor Paula, and Councillor Wilson's foreshadowed amendment in terms of clawing a little bit of money back from ratepayers. But all the same, I really do want to stick with that 66% instead of the 50% suggested in the foreshadowed amendment. 2 things. I think we'll be springing this on the business community if we do this. And secondly, the job in the CBD is far from done. We've done a lot of thinking about this current policy, and that was reflected in our consultation, which I think created an expectation that we were looking at continuing with 66%. Indeed, that option got majority support by the submitters. We didn't even ask them about the possibility of lowering it to 50% at all. So no one knows about this. We'd be hitting them completely cold with it. And I think the business community often tell us they want certainty. We haven't socialised it, that possibility sufficiently, in my view, to be dropping it on them today. And the CBD has still got a way to go. As chair of the CBD and River Plan Advisory Group, I feel pretty keenly a desire to support this current remission at its present level. In particular, I really want to encourage 6 stories, albeit I recognise there's a limited number of players who can take up that option. But we can't take our eyes off the fact that we need density. We still need it. We've got a lot of land that needs developing in the central city. And we want housing, we want more apartments, we want a critical mass of people living in the central city. I think the CBD is on the cusp, and I'm not willing to take the foot off the pedal quite yet. I propose that we go hard for another 3 years with that 66% remission, and then that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I, the foreshadowed amendment move to speak now? Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, there are lots of similarity between the amendment proposed by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bunting and our foreshadowed amendment moved by myself and Councillor Sarah. I think they are more similar than I would suggest the motion by the Mayor and my good friend Councillor Angela. The foreshadowed amendment enables a very clear and consistent message to the development community and to the city as a whole, is that we want to encourage high-density, high-rise apartments, particularly those of sixth floor and above. It sends an engaging and clear message consistent with our draft proposal for those in social housing. And it sends a very clear message to the community in general that by adding the life mark 4-star, that quality is important and accessibility is important. And we've added extra weight by adding the urban design panel process to the equation. The move and the only difference between my good friend Councillor Bunting and the Deputy Mayor and the foreshadowed motion is the movement from 66% to 50%. The benefit of that is an improved position financially of 1.7 million. But more importantly, what it signals above all else is a priority of this city to go high-rise, high-density in the CBD. So, in my opinion, it is the most balanced proposal, and that is why I would encourage you to support the foreshadowed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's me with the motion. I'm doing this because I'm compelled by the potential to reduce debt significantly, balance the books sooner, and get closer to the principle in our financial policy of growth pays for growth. Having said that, I don't want to put the brakes on CBD development whatsoever. Originally, when the CBD remission was mooted, it was 100, reducing to 66, reducing to 33. And that didn't occur. We actually extended the 66 on the basis of what Deputy Mayor Taylor says, that things were going well, so we might as well give it a little bit more encouragement. I still want to give it encouragement, and this is still a generous amount of remission, but it does enable, as I say, us to have some room in our debt and potentially balance our books sooner, which is really important to me. In terms of because this is subsidised by ratepayers. We just have to be transparent about that, it is. In terms of high rise, well, the National Policy Statement for Urban Development already provides additional support, planning support to get that out of the door that was never existed before, and that's quite substantial. Having said that, I do want to encourage high rise in the CBD. But my understanding was quite clearly there weren't many knocking at our door to do this. And actually, in the community, the development community, there's only a handful of people who could, in fact, do this. I also believe that developments at scale, at height, are likely to be quite expensive and also quite slow to get through the consent process, etc., etc. So I don't think in this first year, by not having 100% remission, we're going to lose much, because there's potentially one or two that would be ready to put cranes in tomorrow if this goes ahead. So we are this whole LTP comes down to balance. It comes down to balance between growth and the impact on ratepayers, and that's what has landed me in the position that I am. I've erred in favour of leaning towards taking a little bit of pressure off the ratepayers, while hopefully not having gone too far to hold up development in the CBD. Because I actually agree with Deputy Mayor Taylor, things are going very well. We've got a number of major corners being developed right now. It's just really exciting. I do like high rise, but I also don't have a problem with 3-storey or 2-storey beautiful inner city townhouses too, because I think the West Town Belt is ripe along that strip for beautiful duplexes of various sorts with nice amenity. To me, that's more about the quality that we're trying to drive at than the number. But anyway, that's why I've gone the way I've gone. Councillor O'Leary.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Southgate. I've been through a few of these processes, and what we're here to do over the next couple of days in this step is respond to what the public raised through submissions. And I've always been very aware of that and been cognisant of their views. So with that in mind, 50% of the submissions commented that the rates were too high. And I understand we've still got to, if the motion went through, we still have to have a discussion on how we apply this, whether we apply it to a slight rates decrease instead of the 9.7, or we apply it to debt. So that's my reasoning for seconding the motion. We have to balance out our desires for a growing city with the affordability for ratepayers, and let's not forget that. It's a little bit like Groundhog Day for me. Last term, the CBD, at one point the CBD remission was cancelled, and then it came back because it was all about growth pays for growth. Well, this isn't growth paying for growth. This is residents partly paying for growth, and that does concern me. It's a bit of an about face. We have seen huge, when you put in an incentive and you put in a carrot, you will get good uptake and response from that, but it has to eventually finish. And I think particularly in what we've been through last year with COVID, I think Hamilton as a city is a lot more sought after now for a variety of reasons. I mean, we're a safe city. And we've got a really strong data industry here. Why wouldn't people come, and why wouldn't they develop? So this is a small carrot in the toolbox, but it does need to be phased out, and we do need to keep the ratepayers, the average person, and their ability to be able to pay rates in mind as we make all of these decisions over the next couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Chair. It's never good making 11th hour decisions around policy, and the decisions to tweak these remissions in both the motion and the foreshadowed amendment are at the last minute in a way that we didn't take to our development community.
Point of order on that, if I may, Councillor Ryan. Because submissions were made about reducing rates, and there was a chart with submissions that were pro, against or neutral, I think that this is relevant to bring to the table. Can I have this is not out of field.
I didn't say it was out of field. I said it wasn't specifically consulted on.
You were incorrect in suggesting that the late change was inappropriate. It can be done, it can be tested. Sorry, Martin, I'm chairing. All I wanted to just make the point is that it can be done, it can be tested. You can vote whichever way you want. Am I not correct in that? It's not like it didn't come up in anything, in any of the submissions don't support taking a different view. Pardon? That's right. Well, it is my call, but I think yeah, I'll leave it there.
So you rule in favour of your own point of order. So what I was saying was, we didn't go to the community and say, hey, DCs, we're gonna change the DC policy to 50% or to 1/3. That was my point, and we haven't done that. The estimations here, they're called, in red there, it's got the words estimated impact, and we heard Greg talk about foregone revenue. This is all theoretical. Just because we reduce the remission does not automatically mean a reduction in supposed income. The amendment holds the line and provides certainty to our development community. Both the amendment and the foreshadowed amendment do, however, acknowledge the need for urban design. this council has really shown strong desire to have good design outcomes. What our remission has failed to do previously is to control that quality, and staff have rightfully struggled with how we can implement good design without making it compliance-based. What both these two do is say, let's let them talk to the urban design panel and engage. It doesn't mean their decision is final, but it's helping to promote and encourage that conversational piece. So in conclusion, the amendment is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
I thought Councillor McPherson was ahead of me, but I see he's playing games again.
Let's not go there. Carry on with your debate, please.
It's been forecast by many of the submitters in this LTP that this is a high spend budget. And this is one where our debt to revenue ratio will be at least, is forecast to be at least 276%, compared with a maximum of 230%, which we set as our maximum in the current LTP. And this is happening, this increase in our debt to revenue ratio is happening despite a forecast 8.9% rate increase, and then followed by 4.9% increases going forward. We have previously looked seriously at removing the CBD DC remission, and we did bring back the 66% as a basis of a clear message to the development community that this was a benefit that was likely to reduce over time. So I don't see any surprises to the development community of a potential reduction in that, whether it's 50% or down to 33%. And I think it's also timely with the way that the rest of the budget is currently framed, that we should be looking seriously at moving along with our initial financial strategy, which said growth paid for growth, because I think we've forgotten about that when it comes to some rather quick reactions to look after certain sectors of the community. So I think it's timely that we do a reduction now. I'm relaxed as to whether it's 50 or 33, but 33 certainly would help us more with the overall budget. I also have some doubt, and I'd be interested to see how well the 100% remission goes on the 6-storey and above buildings. There is some doubt out there in the development community that residential construction of more than 5 stories is economic, and we'll certainly see that in terms of who comes to the party with development prospects in that. And I see it's noted that it will be removed in 2024, so we've got ample opportunity to see whether or not there is a market out there for that, and the remission is sufficiently significant to engender that type of development.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Okay, listen, I'll be supporting the amendment. It's very, 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 very simple to me. I've constantly banged on about building up in the centre of the city as opposed to having high rises in the outskirts. And I think the amendment is the strongest in that sense, quite simply. No other real reason. As for using development land, as per my question for urban enjoyment, while it's waiting to be developed rather than having a big brown fence around it for months and months and months, but sometimes years, that's something I will be bringing up and nagging staff about in the future, so foreshadow a bit of annoyance in that sphere as we go along. But yeah, the amendment is the strongest to me, so I'll be supporting that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
I can advise Councillor Rob that it wasn't me wanting to go after him. I was wanting to go speak after Councillor Bunting, but he just happened to be collateral damage.
Look,
am supporting going to support the foreshadowed motion. If that doesn't get up, at the end of the day, I'd be supporting the amendment because I think they are both only tweaks to the current policy. I don't support a change of direction. At the moment, things like the 100% remission on buildings above 6 stories, not so much a cost reduction, but a signal about that we want more inner city living and we want to focus that and increase that sort of infill in that particular area, and I think that's a signal that we need to keep sending strongly. I don't actually think in the first year or two it's going to be taken up much, if at all, in practice. People will take that long to make plans and get plans approved, but it will send a signal that we're strongly in favour of that, and I think we need to keep that in there. It's the promotion and the comms that delivers, that's the best thing. I'm concerned that changing that would significantly slow up development in the CBD, would have the potential of doing that and reverse the signal that we've been trying to send, or actually sow some confusion in the CBD market. So that's why I'm supporting either of the tweaks that the foreshadowed amendment and the amendment provide.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to just focus on something that all of them have in common, which is the life mark for criteria. And I think this is a really positive step. We don't have the ability to make developers or builders build accessible, universally designed homes, but we have, in this case, a unique opportunity to at least encourage it. And what this does is not only increase the number of homes that are accessible, which is currently about 1% of our entire housing stock, but also it means that we're accommodating people who might be older and want to move into the central city, live in a low maintenance apartment, and actually age in place. Because right now, if you have a home which isn't universally designed and doesn't have those provisions in place, it costs a lot to retrofit, and it may just not be possible to stay there. You have to move on. So this is really enabling not only people with impairments to have homes that are fit for purpose, but also people to age in place, which is really important in terms of making a city that's accessible for all. In terms of the remissions, I'll be supporting the foreshadowed amendment, but I'm also open to the amendment itself. I think that the foreshadowed amendment with the 50% remission sends two messages. One is that there is a bigger benefit if you do move from up to the 6 stories. So there were comments that the small 33% jump wasn't enough to be an incentive, so that does create a larger incentive to build higher. And the other thing is that ultimately we do need, I think in the longer term, we do need to phase out the remission. The CBD, as we invest into it and make it a more attractive place to live in, will attract people to build here in its own right. But ensuring that we have the infrastructure to support that higher density living in the CBD is also important. Ultimately, putting in the water, putting in everything to support that residential development is going to be critical in the longer term. So this is a good middle ground, I think, where you're not suddenly dropping down from 66 to 33, but it's a signal that we're phasing things out.
Thank you. No further debate?
Your worship, I just have a procedural
question.
Help me understand how we're going to move each of these. My understanding is you're going to move the amendment first.
If that's lost, it goes to the foreshadowed amendment.
And if that's won, what happens to your motion?
Nothing. Yours becomes the substantive
Thank
motion.
you. I just wanted clarity.
Right of reply.
This is the STV preferential. the amendment, if that loses, that goes to the foreshadowed.
Yes.
If it wins the foreshadowed, what happens to the foreshadowed?
Comes the amendment and then we go to that, doesn't it?
I just missed that, sorry, can you just repeat that?
Well, the issue is, it's first choice, second choice, last choice, which is the motion. So basically, you have to put up the amendment first, right? Now, if that, and I accept there's so many people who've got much more knowledge standing orders than me, but look, forgive me for asking this. So if that amendment wins, do we move to the foreshadowed amendment or not?
No,
If the amendment loses, we move to the foreshadowed amendment.
correct.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting thing but obviously, if it's standing orders. That's cool. That's it's
how it works.
So the critical factor is the order in which the amendments are being taken.
Correct.
Obviously,
So, as Mayor Paula mentioned before, that was the order that we do it.
and then of course, if for hypothetically, if both lost and you didn't like the original motion, you vote against the original motion and whatever was the status quo. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Everybody understanding that?
Yeah. A bit confusing.
Right, we get a right to reply to the amendment, don't we? Oh, me, I get the right to reply. That's handy. Thank you. Look, you've all made some really good points. Support Sarah's points in terms of the life mark, because we definitely need to give people the right incentives to increase the amount of accessible property for our community. I just want to say that I don't think this is going out of scope of what we're able to do, given that Councillor O'Leary is quite right. We had a lot of ratepayers saying find ways to bring down the debt, find ways to bring down the rate, and so this is all about a fine balance at the end of the day. There's going to be winners and losers in that. Then that whole swings and roundabouts thing as we go through. I am very pro the CBD. It's going great guns. It's looking fabulous. And I think we've got a bit of momentum that will carry us through. I just remind councillors that the original policy was 100%, 66%, 33%. And Angela's quite right. We were going to put it all on hold for a minute, and then we were back to the 66%.
Sorry, the clock's not working. I don't know
I've only taken 10 seconds. Sorry, I won't take the whole amount anyway. So we were, the signal was always clear to the community that it was to get you started, to give you some impetus, but eventually you've got to stand on your own feet. And the reason for that was to get them in early, to get them doing things earlier. It comes to a point, however, post-COVID, with the big effect on our community, when we've got a principle that clearly says growth pays for growth, that we've got to give effect to, we've got to care about those two things, what it means for the ratepayer and also means for growth pays for growth, while not knobbling the knees of developers who are really keen to get going now. And so that's why I'm sticking with the motion. And we'll go to so we'll go to the vote on the amendment. Yeah, and I hope you guys have all been looking at all parts of the motion, because we're voting it all through in... Oh, hang on.
Yes, please.
What's happening now? Oh.
The amendment is lost. 4 for, 8 against.
Okay, so now we go to the foreshadowed, the foreshadowed one.
The foreshadowed amendment is carried. 8 for, 4 against.
So now we move, for the substantive motion. Oh, what?
The foreshadowed amendment as the substantive motion is carried, noting.
Well, you know, I
Mayor
nearly
Forthgoat
didn't,
as
but then I
dissenting.
thought, stick to my principle there. I think that's probably the only time I've ever been completely on my own. Lonely.
Sometimes it's lonely to principles, Paula.
A lonely place. Okay, councillors, that brings us on to, I'm just going to get back in my agenda. That brings us on to the item 9, revenue and financing policy and other support. Oh, we did that. We did that and then we went backwards.
No, we haven't.
We haven't.
We have asked if we could do that after the long-term plan deliberations discussion to allow us to incorporate anything into it.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yes?
Look, I know it's been regular, but it seems reasonably fast. I think I was wondering if we might take a lunch break.
Happy to take a lunch break now and come back at... How much time do staff need? Not so much.
Do you want a full hour to make sure we get everything?
Full hour, 1:15, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor Paula.
So we are on to the long. Okay. Thank you, councillors. We'll get started again. And now we're on to the long-term plan deliberations. The staff recommendations are all set out on page 233, and the various reports sitting behind them are there. Rather than, do staff want to talk to any of their attachments, or that's all going to be taken as read?
Maybe take it as read.
Take it as
if we
read.
just talk about some of the key factors of those recommendations.
Right, so we'll have an overview, councillors, of the key factors in those staff recommendations, how they've come about, and then we will move through a number of items by exception. So if there's anything that, as it is in the report, that isn't subject to some sort of modification, then we don't necessarily need to spend too much time on that. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Good afternoon, councillors. So Tracy and I do a bit of a tag team here where we'll talk about various components of those key factors. So maybe if we start by talking about those changes that we have included in our operational budget and our capital budget. So if you look from page 36 onwards, we've sort of outlaid those items there. The first set of changes are around a set of assumption changes. I'll talk to the first one and then Tracy will talk to the following ones.
Page 37, paragraph 36.
Thank you. So the first assumption change we talk about there is the potential possible change in population forecast. As councillors talked about this morning, you are receiving an updated report around Nydia projections, and that's coming to the strategic growth meeting on the 20th of May. On that basis, this document in front of you and the proposed budget in front of you hasn't included anything other than what we've had all the way through, which is where we've been sitting. We do recognise there's maybe an opportunity for councillors to consider that population forecast and the impact of that. Greg and his team have done some initial work, and the main impact will be on population numbers. At this point, we don't have any really understanding of the demographic of that population increase or where it would occur, which would be really helpful to know in terms of reforecasting the impact on the organisation. So, taking a very cautious approach, what we have recommended in the report there on those paragraphs 36 to 40 is at this point we continue with what we've got at the moment, and once that report has been through the Strategic Growth Committee meeting on the 20th of May and then come back to Council, if there is a change that councillors would like to make, we can pick that up during the new year, either at the annual plan stage for the following year, or if there's something significant that we want to adjust, we could do it during the year as well. Yes.
Julie, you're saying that we can't look at any changes now, that all that we're getting a lead on is the population change. But isn't there some longish-term trends in Hamilton showing, on the one hand, a decrease in average people per dwelling, that you could extrapolate that slowly downwards over the next decade or two, on the one hand, I say, and on the other hand, a recent, perhaps upward trend in some sections of the community to stuff more people into a house for affordability reasons, and some sort of applying those two to the thing. It may end up levelling each other out, I'm not sure. I haven't sort of looked at the numbers there, but there has been more information than just population.
Yes, there is, and you're entirely correct. What I suppose we're saying is we want elected members to have that more fuller conversation when Greg and his team can bring that report to you on the 20th of May. Trying for us to second guess that at the moment is supposed to be a little bit inappropriate, and we'd really want elected members to be all over that before we change that assumption. But, so you can change it. We would just need to really understand the impacts.
I'm just wondering then, if some figures can be got, not to be put in the report, because reports have to be done ridiculously early for council committees. That's me saying that, you don't have to comment. But so at least available for us at the meeting on some of those other trends that may affect that. So if we decide we want to do something in time for this LTP, and the month after that we have something to base something more than just population to base it on.
Yes.
Or it allays our fears because it's not going to materially affect things. We at least have that wider look.
Really happy to talk to Greg and get his team to bring that as part of his paper. One of the challenges we'll have if the committee decides to make a recommendation to council is just making sure that we work out the timing for that, so that the last thing I want to be doing is putting an LTP budget in front of you that might have some changed numbers on the 24th of June that council hasn't had the time to see or understand. So we do have that workshop on the 4th of June, which might be an opportunity to discuss the implications.
Yep. I don't know whether there'll be anything coming up, but at least gives a time frame for that.
I suppose what as staff we're recommending is we think there are some long-term, we can see long-term trends. And we want to make sure that the information we give to elected members for your decision-making is really robust. And so for us at the moment, it feels very pressured, being able to try and get that information in front of you. And so that's why we were recommending that if we want to change, can we just roll it into the next annual plan cycle? The forecasts, I understand, for next year are not that much different from where we are now. But again, that'll become evident on the 20th of May.
Yeah, though I suspect if you said what were the growth projections for Hamilton 15 years ago, we would have far exceeded those professional opinions.
Are you satisfied with the answer to your question, though? That we'll get
Yes.
that? Yeah, thank you. Any other questions on that, on the assumptions and budget adjustments?
So maybe if Tracy could talk to the other adjustments.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm doing is starting if you turn to page 238, we'll just work our way through some of these changes that we have included. So the first one around is interest rates. So you would hopefully you remember when we did our meeting back in December, which with setting the draft budget, I had mentioned that there were going to be changes to the interest rate and hence obviously our interest that we pay. So there was a couple of reasons for that. To get to that, just as a reminder, to get to that December meeting, we were making assumptions and getting this information back in November last year. So as you know, interest rates have changed quite significantly since that time. So that was kind of one thing. The other thing is what we've done for this paper today is also take into consideration what our opening debt will now be for next year. So that's obviously, and what I've done is taken that off the information I'm bringing through to the next Finance Committee, which is off the April results. So a combination of those two is what brings us to making some of these interest rate changes. So what that does is obviously affects one what we pay in interest in the operational accounts. It also affects the DC revenue. So that's the next I guess in the next table. So that change in there is purely from us changing our interest rates that we do in our modelling. So that the DC team had to do that here. So that doesn't change and doesn't have an effect on anything we did this morning. So that was already included in what we've budgeted for. The third thing it changes is the HIF loan. So again, what that is basically looking at what we're paying and what we've got in our books, and kind of a bit like a swap, we do the same thing with the HIF loan to figure out what our benefit is from having an interest-only loan for that for a wee while. So that's kind of those three particular things. The next one I just wanted to talk about is the depreciation. Oh,
if you, yeah, we can do. We can do that.
Do you want to?
Question about the
Sure.
interest rate, so
Yep.
that's all right.
Yeah.
Thank you. A month ago, I would have totally related to the proposed change here, given my look at the interest rates, but there's a couple of bits of information came out last week about increases back up in interest rates in the sort of medium term, 5-year sort of range, and I'm just wondering if this has had time to reflect that. I think Tony Alexander was one of the people talking about that, but so was the Westpac Bank, I think, and maybe the ANZ, because this would have been written a couple of weeks ago.
That's right.
I'm just wondering how up to date. I mean, it's with our council report.
And that's a really, really great question. And that is obviously one of the reasons why we change these things so much. So I do have to, at some point in time, make a commitment about what interest rates we're going to choose. That's also the reason why with the changes from what we brought back in February and obviously the ones now, they're actually at the back end of the 5 years. So they are the harder ones and the unpredictable ones. And you'll see that's probably where the most changes between the two papers have come.
So you're sort of saying in the first 3 years you're pretty sure we're okay, even if the 5-year trend is going back up?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And remembering again, where I talk about in the Finance Committee around hedging and starting to fix. So again, that will come into play. As soon as we start seeing those interest rates going up, we'll start hedging, hence fixing, to take advantage of what they are at the moment and looking into that future. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Councillor Pascoe. Yeah. Pardon?
Sorry, just we work with PwC to obviously make some of these decisions. So yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you. Look, my question is around this, but also around all of the changes. Do you want me to wait until you've finished? I mean, the question that I've got, which I may as well share now, is, when I look at the paragraph 42, which is the summary of these and a few more, we're looking at a change in the value of transactions of about $140 million over the 10 years if we take the total of all of the adjustments. I'm just a little bit concerned why we couldn't have done most of this back in February and gone out to consult. I appreciate that there will be some last minute adjustments, but the quantum involved here is just so large that, in its own, it must almost trigger the need to go out and reconsult again.
Okay, thank you. So just if we go to the table that's on page 240, which is paragraph 46, those totals are for the whole 10 years.
I understand that.
Okay. So it's not.
But that's 14 million a year. If you divide it across there's $14 million worth of transaction adjustments, if evenly divided over the 10 years, which to me is quite significant. And I would have thought a number of these in that table should have been known and incorporated in the budget back in February, so we could consult on it.
Okay, so just to work backwards from that, there was no change. We did not change any of our numbers from the 9th and 10th of December meeting through to February. Because in that time, and the reason why we were doing all of those two meetings to get out that information, is I then had to get the team to basically produce a whole set of financial statements. We then had to get the auditors in, and we then had to design and obviously write the consultation document. So we did not do any changes to any of the financial numbers between that December meeting and the February meeting for the consultation document. And then working backwards from that to Councillor McPherson's point is the time between us getting that information for the December meeting was I was making decisions about all of this information in November. So what we've done since that time is obviously worked through each of these things and got the most up-to-date information that we possibly can. We've found mistakes, the business has changed, we've had council decisions. So all of those things is what brings us to the information that we're trying to present to you today. The problem that I've got is you have to stop at some point in time and make some decisions.
I understand that. I guess the follow-up question to that is when Audit New Zealand come in and do the final audit on this and see the quantum of the changes, are they going to suggest that we need to go out and reconsult again, given that there's some significant changes to our budget?
So no, I don't think they will, but again, auditors are auditors and they will have every right to work through some of these things. I have working papers for every single one of these particular things.
I don't doubt that. I just remember when we did the annual plan last year, we had a last minute kind of add in, and I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it was about a $5 million expense for some security and some IT that we were going to do, and staff concluded at that point that that $5 million was significant to require us to go out and reconsult. And I think we pulled the amount from the annual plan at that point because we did not want to do that.
I don't know.
Sorry, Councillor.
I'm not sure where the 14 million comes from.
140. No, if you add together all of the amounts that you've summarised in, and I'm not saying the net effect of the matrix is 140 million because you've made it a 20 million positive. But if you add together all of those figures on paragraph 42, it comes to 139.6 million. So that's the quantum of the changes. Some are positives and some are negatives in terms of whether they cost us more or cost us less.
I understand now your question, Councillor Pascoe. So from an audit perspective, the consideration is the extent to which our numbers stated were in line with the assumptions we used. And the auditors were very much aware of the assumptions and the limitations in preparing it. In fact, the audit schedule was part of that restriction. The key thing they'll be looking for is to make sure that we've correctly captured those changes based on the most current set of assumptions when they sign the ultimate document off. So the challenge we have is probably the next round of changes, should there be any significant move in those underlying assumptions. And particularly interest is interesting thing. Interest is important in that it does drive a whole lot of movements both ways, and unfortunately there's not much we can do about it.
Look, I agree with the interest, although I would have thought that we could have done a lot of these calculations earlier on because the interest rates haven't really moved significantly, whether it was December or February. Look, I'm not doubting the interest. I think that's the depreciation that has the greatest concern for me. I'll wait till Tracy's given her.
I think Tracy has yet to explain the depreciation. So it's to be honest, the quantum of the movements are large individually, and I think the ones that are more assumptive based, they are what they are. The areas that you can get some direct challenge of staff are relating to the staff changes as well, is that's where the justification needs to come through and satisfy the elected members that those changes are warrantable. Whether or not this is significant or not, I don't think it is. I don't think the overall movement would trigger a need to significantly change any of our key financial statement metrics. So that's what we probably consider when we consider the overall movement. And I guarantee you the auditors will consider whether or not collectively or individually there is a reason to question the validity of our consultation and whether we should go back again. But I doubt they will because of where ultimately the numbers land out as well. But they will definitely tell us if we're wrong on that front, but I'm fairly confident.
Richard, can I just add something? The auditors will look particularly around engagement. Was this something that we had signalled in our documentation already when we did go out and engage? And so yes, we had these key assumptions as a particular section in our consultation document and talked to those. And so the auditors will be comfortable, just like you will do as you take on board your feedback from the community, that there's things that you've learnt since we went out to engagement and now, and we should bring those into our position.
So did we expect back in February when we went out to consultation that we would have the quantum of adjustments that we're looking at today?
I knew that there would be the interest in the depreciation changes, yes, and to your point, I probably verbally have explained that quite a few times to basically say that those are the last things that I always do. We had the same discussion in the annual plan meeting. I'm always going to bring them through last for various reasons, but to take on your point from a consultation, maybe I think a learning from this is in the assumptions document to make that a little bit clearer. that there are probably 2 or 3 things that will always be re-looked at and reviewed as close as I possibly can to doing the final budget.
Did you think that the depreciation adjustment would be 60 million?
Again, it really depended on what some of the outcomes from that February meeting was. So if I can move to that and explain that now.
No,
So
please explain that, because
yeah.
I know I've jumped the gun a little
no,
bit
that's
there
fine.
on the
So there was a couple
depreciation.
of reasons for those changes. So one is obviously there will be, and you'll hear that next, changes in the capital program and how we've phased that. So and from the renewals perspective, obviously when they come in and then they become a fixed asset as opposed to a capital item, that affects obviously when we pick up that depreciation. The other thing is we've also re-looked at some of the useful lives. There's obviously been some changes around with what we've got with renewals and again some of the gains and losses on disposals. So what I've also noticed over the last year is trying to align those up a little bit better when the actual life of that asset should be finished and when we're bringing on some of those renewals. So what the team have done in the meantime is obviously when we've got that information is tried to align that up a little bit better. So you're right, the quantum it does feel like it's quite large, but I'm a lot more comfortable with what the numbers are and where we're at with those right now. And again, with more and more time, I can keep, it's one of those things we can keep reviewing and keep changing and things like that. So, yeah.
Are you confident then that none of that $60 million adjustment, which is a favourable adjustment, could result in us, and I know the term's been used around the organisation, further sweating our assets to make them last longer and thereby reduce the annual depreciation charge?
Absolutely not. No, and in fact, it's probably been the opposite in some cases.
But that would have had the reverse effect, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So remember, I mean, we're talking hundreds and thousands of assets and projects and things like that.
I understand that, yeah. And I see there's others up there. I've got further questions, but I'll take them as we move through if there are other questions to be asked. Thank you.
Thank you. There are a few. Just following on that one question from me, following on from Rob's question there about depreciation and the reference to cross-checks of useful lives. Sweating the assets is one thing that can happen, but the other one is not appreciating when an asset has reached its actual end of useful life and holding on to it a bit too long and therefore incurring more costs to renew, replace, demolish, whatever. Can we have confidence that we don't all of a sudden have lots of assets coming to the end of their useful life that are going to cause some further costs somewhere else?
More probably a question for the asset team.
I was going to say, Paul's
as a
just...
general conversation. Is now the right time for that conversation, Paul, or are you coming down at a later stage? Yeah, it does.
You can do your bit and with my bit.
Yeah, well, just
Paul's
stay
thinking
there.
about hoping not to be called on.
Well, these things always have a way of being interwoven, but I was just bouncing off that thought, so we either sweat the assets and we don't, but we've been assured that that's not occurring. And then we've got an ageing city. We could be coming to the end of the useful life of how many assets and what does that mean, vis-a-vis founders, munis, etc.
Yep. So our renewals and compliance budgets are not necessarily, they're not set based on our depreciation charges. Okay, that's the first thing probably for us to understand.
Right.
Our renewals and compliance budgets have been developed based on our understanding of our assets, so that's our condition assessments, performance information that we're seeing and the like. Okay, so that's what we've used to develop the budgets. Therefore, there's a whole heap of assumptions you can imagine within that.
Can we just jump on top of that point, Paul? And the other aspect is that our depreciation is effectively a mathematical equation of the total cost of the asset divided down by its useful life, whereas renewals is far lumpier based on asset management plans when we need to intervene as well. So you won't get the same number in the same 10-year period.
That's right. Yep. So, short answer, yes. I'm confident that we've got what we need to look after our assets. We're not, as a result of this, sweating them.
Right, so the question I should have been asking was around the maintenance and renewals budgets, not the depreciation, the way we tackle depreciation. Right.
Yep.
Cool, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Yeah, my questions are around the table on item 10 on page 240, and I have some questions on point 49. Have we got to that point yet, or are you going to cover that over? Am I too early with that question?
No, you're too early. That's Paul's next bit.
Okay, well, I'll have a look at the...
Come on down!
No, not yet. I'll say that. Hey, I'm just looking at the alterations here on that table. And I can understand most of them, notwithstanding the increase in elected member childcare cost of 20 grand a year that everyone's going to be too damn scared to take. But the proposed graduate program, can you give me shed some light on that for me, please, what that is?
Which page are you looking at, sorry?
Page 240. Okay. The proposed graduate program to support difficult to fill roles of 5.1 mil over 10 years. What is that?
Relevant GM, please. That you don't
So, let me start off. So there are some areas of council that we find it very difficult to recruit specialist roles. And so one of the things that we've been working on is a program where we could work with the likes of the university and the likes of Wintec to actually start off a graduate program where, and so what's costed in here is 4 graduates at a cost of $50,000 for the first year, another 4 for the second year, and at the end of a 2-year period for those graduates, we would put them into full-time employment, so they would take up a vacancy. So if you think about the cost of a graduate program, it's the first 2 years which is additional for us before we feed them into the vacancy, which is already budgeted for in our salary line.
So I think the idea is grand. I just question the timing of it. You know, one second before we're about to thrash out all our ideas. And then this, I saw this last LTP, and I'm trying not to be cranky about it.
Yeah.
I saw this, and I made specific reference to this going into the annual plan and into this LTP. No, none of these last-minute surprises, and to me, I'm feeling a bit last-minute surprised about this one. I think it's a great idea, and would love to support it.
Yeah, I think Tracy made the point that when we put the numbers together for the December 9th and 10th meeting, that work was done in November last year. So the world hasn't stopped, and we've been working on how can we sort of address some of the broader challenges that council is finding, because we have other pressure points in council where we're not able to deliver the services to our community that we should because we can't find the people to do it.
Yeah, okay.
So from November last year, and bearing in mind that was crunched into our report in December, that had to be, the financial statements needed to be prepared in December for the auditors in January to have the consultation document in February. What we're really talking about is 4-5 months worth of the world moving on and us understanding that there's an opportunity here to do something a bit differlly. It's totally up to, so it's totally up to council whether you want to support the program or not. But whilst it might feel like a surprise to elected members, we have ongoing programs all the time to try and do things differently and improve the way we go about delivering our service.
Councillor Mark, your concern is justified, so I apologise, firstly. Yep, cool. The second part is we have a couple of areas within our 10-year plan where the risk profile from a chief executive perspective was probably too risky, and that would be our ability to, probably a couple of areas. Infrastructure is one of them. And that is not only looking after what we've got, but also investing in the future stuff we need, as well as the building control area whereby we struggle, and that's a known issue New Zealand-wide, and whether or not we could collect our revenue and actually process our building consents through. So I challenged the organisation to find a way to respond to those risk areas within the 10-year plan to ensure that we minimise that. We could go out and for the building control one, for example, contract. What we're finding is it's getting harder and harder to do so. So we're trying to break. So what it was a surprise, not necessarily because we didn't communicate it very well. So that's the surprise part. The validity behind it was trying to make sure we shored up some of the risk areas in the 10-year plan. Okay. So if you don't invest in it, it's not to say that those items are issues and they'll eventuate.
Yeah.
What I say is it just increases the chance that we'll still struggle in certain areas. So it's just trying to tighten things up from that perspective.
So I presume the same answer would apply to the column above it, the increases in staff.
Yeah, it does, and nothing in there, if we didn't do it, would directly cause immediately some issues, but it just means that things aren't necessarily going to go as fast. Like the governance resource, you all know how hard governance works, but with the committee structure at times there's some concerns about the level of support for various committees and so forth. So the downside is if we don't invest in based on that, there's a service level impact on the other side.
Yeah,
So-
and look,
so-
and
so-
I,
but-
again, I have to really drill down on that one, because that's something we have known about for a while. You know, we've been here for half a term now.
Yeah.
So I just need to, as a governor, question the timing of it a little bit.
Yeah, and so, absolutely right, I can't question the timing. The challenge probably, again, is the extent to which I jumped on board when I noticed staff were stressed out, and it's probably a challenge to me why I didn't actually notice that sooner. Well, they were covering it quite well. But, and so I said to the team that where those areas where staff are on the one last chance with a 10-year plan, albeit aside it's a bit disrespectful at 11th hour for us to put forward a case for some additional resource. It's probably an item I raised in my performance review,
Yeah, okay.
which you guys had the pleasure of reading all 100 pages of it. There is a challenge in certain areas of council, and I said let's actually have one more conversation with elected members about that.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So
Thanks.
deliberately trying to mop it up now once and for all. However, that's always a hard statement to make.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, David.
Councillor Naidu-Rowe?
Just for clarity, on page 238, the development contributions revenue bit of that table, it says decrease in forecast of 27.1. Is that taking into account the 11 mil from the policy that was approved? So the net would be 16?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just trying to turn them. Yes, that's correct.
All right, and that'll go into that modelling for later?
Yes, so that we already did that this morning for you.
Ah, yes, perfect. And just a question on the table that Mark was just talking about on 240. Talking about the change with staff remuneration and proposed increase in staff, those two lines, are those reflected in the financial statements on attachment 3 already?
And the ones that are in this report, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just going back to the question that Mark had, what areas of staff are we looking to populate, to provide the training for? What areas are we fundamentally?
Talking about the graduate program.
Graduate program.
So
What-
the infrastructure area and building is my understanding. That's correct? And planning, sorry. So that's the your planning team. It's because you said it. Yeah, sorry, I was making sure. I thought make sure you weren't speaking on Sean's behalf.
So sorry. So is that like planners and engineers and those kind of high
So
level?
in Evalisa's area, that's the engineering aspects, and in Jen's area, it's the two areas. It's building as well as resource consenting.
Okay, and just a question then. We've heard over time how we struggle to get building consent officers, etc. Is that include them? But they're not are they postgraduate? Is that the postgraduate level, or is that not? Because it says postgraduate, proposed graduate. Proposed graduate.
They require qualifications, but they don't need a university degree. It's a different.
So it's they're proposed to be a graduate program, not a postgraduate.
No, but even
Yeah.
still, graduate kind of implies in some ways that it's a formalised graduation type of a. Is that what it is for building consent officers? Because I'd love to see some more building consent officers.
The term graduate has effectively become a term for graduate programs, not necessarily based on them being graduated from university. Like originally, this was a success area that Sean ran out in the H3 area. Some people were postgraduate, some people weren't. So it varied depending on the role.
So does it have to be graduate at all? Can it be a proposed training program?
It's a term that's used broadly outside of council as well. We're happy to call it as a proposed training program.
All right, is my
But
assumption
part of the attraction of calling a graduate program is to get in front of the students at both the university and Wintec, etc., and to actually promote Hamilton City Council as a great place to work. So it's not only about the 4 that we may pick up, it's about the other 44 that may go, oh, I didn't know council was into that, maybe I'll go and apply for a role. So it's a promotion role as well.
You know, I get that. I just want to make sure that we're getting more building consent and people running around doing some of the backlog that we know is real and has heard from the development community for a long time
absolutely.
that it is real. So also in that, internships then are separate because we do in various parts of the organisation a number of internships. What value does that have at the moment? Does anybody know? Is this separate to or in addition to, or how does it work in whether our internship program. Richard? It's an addition. How much does the internship program usually cost?
The internship program varies from group to group, and it's an individual thing at the moment that we run. I've run interns, which are usually just for like a summer internship to cover a period of time, and there's obviously might be a small contribution towards costs, but it's not necessarily put on as a salaried role. It's effectively to gain experience, so they're not necessarily included in this amount, and they're effectively covered through existing budgets when they do come on board.
I just wanted to make sure that all the pieces were coming together and we were getting the right result at the end. In other words, people who are going to stay working with us. That was all.
Yeah, no, it's a really good point. The graduate program, and whatever we call it in the end, actually gets individuals in the door and on our payroll. And so that's the goal. We actually have a hook into individuals. And to David's point, we hope that by the time people then roll off or we grow and require to hire more staff, we've actually got a ready funnel of people that are already up to speed with our processes. So the value is there. I like internships, and we try to do everything we can through David's team to encourage them. But it's a little bit harder to grab people because they have quite a few challenges, or quite a few opportunities to grab hold of as well. And hopefully this gives us a bent on that space as well.
Thank you.
And to complicate it even further, we have apprenticeships as well at city parks for gardeners and turf staff, which are actually part of our FTE complement. So they actually work while they're training and that sort of thing, and they remain in their employment with a permanent job at the end of it.
Which always sounds a sensible idea to me. That's exactly what you want, not to train people to move on, right? Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I'm just trying to get my head around attachment 3, which is the prospective balancing the books measure, and where this statement on paragraph 42 fits. Because when I look at page, and it's 321, I notice that the balancing the books deficit for 21-22 is 2770 deficit. And yet you're reporting at the top of page 240, which is where this starts, with a surplus of 1.278 million. What am I looking at that's wrong here?
Sorry, Councillor Rob, I just need to
It's all right. I wish we all had a printed copy, actually, because it would be much easier to thumb through that than...
So, okay, so there's a couple of things. So these, probably a bit of a terminology. So at the top of this table, I've said we've termed it operational budget adjustments. So, and all we were trying to do with this is split out the difference between what we've changed operationally as opposed to capital, because you've got the capital ones underneath it. Within the operational budget, you've then got two parts to it. So again, if you go back to how I report in the Finance Committee, within the operational budget, I then do an accounting result and I then do a balancing the book results. So for example, changes to the DC, for example, affects the accounting result, but those changes don't affect the balancing books result.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Okay. So it's not possible for us to do this link between these two statements?
No.
No, okay. It would be useful then when it does get reported back, just so that we could see that, because I thought these adjustments here on the table, and this reflects to Councillor Kesha's question, these were going to adjust this statement on attachment 3.
Sure. No, they're already. So what we've done is we've basically said all of these things, including the capital, we've rolled all of that through, and these are the results that we're bringing back to today.
So this is different to the consultation document then?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So all we were trying to do today is explain the difference between what we brought to you in the December meeting/consultation document and what I'm proposing with you today, and here's the changes that we've made. So they're already baked into the results. But good point, and in fact I did mention it this morning as well to my team. We should have tidied this up a little bit to be quite clear on what the accounting result is and what the balancing the book result is.
I had assumed that these were going to then assuming we approve these were going to impact and change this on the basis, without having gone back and checked, I assumed that these were the documents that went out as part of the consultation.
No, they're not.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. No more questions on that section, so we'll carry on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next one is capital. So if, so I think Councillor Mark, you had a question on paragraph 49, which is in the capital area.
Sorry, Councillor, councillors, can I just update? We had a wording glitch. So paragraph 49(3) should actually say design funding of $1 million brought forward 1 year from year 7 to year 6. Rebecca, would you like to answer, Lance, the museum entrance funding coming forward? By 1 year, so there was 1 million, that was my understanding, 1 million moved forward to allow us to do design in year 6 to get ready for construction in year 7.
Yeah, so what happened was all the money was plonked in certain years, but to actually do your design and consenting, you actually need to do that first in your different stages in your project. So, so to be prepared to do the construction, I think in year 7 or 8, we actually need to do the work, the preamble work in year 6.
Okay, please explain. So the rephasing of the Hamilton Gardens development capex, I presume that's to do with the information centre sponsorship lines?
Correct. So the item we had around the naming rights sponsorship, which was in public excluded, which we haven't announced yet, the name of the organisation, but that had certain timeframes in it, and this is congruent with that. So there's no difference in the money over the 10-year period. It's just shifting the years that it's in for the capital spend, for the OPEX related to that, and also for the capital revenue that flows in as well.
Got it. Okay. Look, while I've got you, the OPEX for the Rototuna Village project, that's the transport terminals, isn't it? Or what is that? What is that? Oh, got it. Okay, thank you. And the munis, we're moving them out a year again, are we? Or the municipal pools? Oh, yeah. Did we do that, or did staff do that? Okay, all right. So you're saying we need to do a plan in year 1, and then...
As part of the resource consent for the demolition, we have to work with Sink or Swim and do a heritage plan and interpret the site properly.
Yep.
And look, since the draft 10-year plan went out, we've had a look at this. If elected members do want to do this earlier, rather than sort of bumping demolition to the end of 22 or into 2023, I've talked to Helen and the team, and we can actually, we believe that if we get the right expertise, we can actually move that along and actually be in a position to move the project along by the end of the year.
Okay, thanks, Lance. So we'd have to do that by resolution in this 10-year plan?
Correct, I think we would. Yeah, Julie's nodding, yep.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Appreciate your patience.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. My question was on the same thing. I'd like to get it moved back to year 1 for the good of the community, really. But do we actually need to move a motion? Because it was actually in the LTP, in the draft LTP in that way. And so it hasn't actually formally been taken out.
Just to clarify, what we could do is remove that from the list of adjustments and then just ask you to approve the adjustments in recommendation 2C, just excluding that 49.
Sure.
And I think we make a minute, just get Becca to make a minute note to that effect.
Cool, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That
That's
keeps
great,
to
thanks.
the original intent is therefore, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And apologies for that. to be fair, I think with everything going on and developing the plan, my team got a little bit confused on the feedback from elected members as well, so apologies for that.
That was a good little smile there, Ryan. Okay, next bit.
Okay, so that was the capital budget adjustments, and then so very small impact overall. The next section is the renewals and compliance reprioritisation, and I will ask Paul to come and talk to this and take any questions. So paragraphs 51 through to 62.
So this section of the report just explains in a bit more detail what we've been doing with the renewals and compliance plans going forward. You may remember that in the formation of the long-term plan, we talked about if there were no constraints at all on us, what would we do? And we came to a draft budget position of saying, well, we don't necessarily work in that environment, and we believe that a renewals and compliance budget of 75 million per annum is sufficient for us to look after our existing assets. If we manage them or manage the program on the way that we've been doing it over the last few years. So that is been having the flexibility to move budgets to where there is the highest priority at any given time. So that's been successful for us, and 75 million per annum for the first 3 years of the 10-year plan represents still an increase in what we are spending currently on our existing assets, and reflects reflects our advice on what we should do. So since the draft budget, we've gone away and looked at that and said, well, if we have got 75 million, let's look a bit closer and what those priorities would be for the next 12 months. And we will continue to do that as we move through the 12 months. So this is just updating on the table. On paragraph 62, you'll see that the last column is the updated figure just by activities around where we believe is the highest priorities to look after existing assets. The last point I would make is just in paragraph 65, and we believe that the impacts and any risks that we have around that can be adequately managed by managing it as an ongoing program. So to give effect to that, we would come back at the adoption meeting, so that's late June, and just look to have the necessary delegations to management to continue the way that we've managed it over the last 3 years.
No, that surely is a good sign, I hope. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mayor Paula, it might be a good point at this point to also look at paragraph 67, because this is a reflection of the renewals and compliance rework. As a result of that, we did ask the business, will that have any impact on the performance measures that council's already seen? And the transport team have come back and asked us to just update those. It is in the latter years for the top one, and then all the way across for the bottom one. So it might be good to take questions about that as well at this point, considering it's tied up.
Councillor McPherson.
So why is it being forecast that the updated target is slightly less than the current one? It may seem like not much, but we experienced around this table about 6 to 9 years ago exactly that sort of tweaking, which left small potholes to become larger potholes, cycleways to become full of stones and broken glasses and things like that. So whose bright idea was this?
Sorry, I'm looking at you,
You're passing it over to...
I'm just the marshal.
I can confirm that bright idea was here, and
You sound nervous.
yes, I am. And so, it is about. So I'm assuming at the performance measure in terms of the adjustments with the renewals and compliance budgets. If I've heard the question correctly, no.
Well, it's about
Yes.
the table.
It is about the
saying
table.
We'll accept a slightly lower standard.
And because of the adjustments within the renewals and compliance budgets for the transport area, that is the impact that percentage, that reduction will have in terms of trying to manage our transport network. So we wanted to be open and honest about the impacts of that and whether that was...
So it was really council's bright idea which you're throwing back to us in this form.
Those are your words, not mine. Very good, Evelisa. That's excellent.
I'd like to address
yeah.
that. Yeah, sorry, Evelisa.
So, sorry, that's
But we're
the
in
answer.
questions at the moment.
Yeah, so I'd just say, put that on table to have a look at because I wasn't aware that we'd tweaked that,
Okay,
or that we'd caused a tweak of that.
okay.
And I don't, what I don't understand, maybe Evelisa can talk about, is what decisions that we've made have led to that. Well, you know, in other words, what would we have to do to restore it to 80%, say?
Okay, I'll just talk to Paul and just, yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. So, all right, so councillors, we'll go back to the staff recommendations, paragraph 67 to the side, because we're just doing a little bit of chatting on that at the moment. But I'll move for the purposes of modelling, financial modelling, B and C. And Councillor Pascoe seconds. It's with reverting to the, taking the note out about the Munis so that we knew, as we all understand, right? But I'll take some questions, but that's on page 233, 2B and C. Yes, Councillor.
Sorry, going back, I just had a couple of questions that I had about the operational budget. I
Cool.
thought we're still going back to it, but I
Yeah,
assume we're not.
Yep, do it now.
Can I just ask,
Yeah.
on that table on page 240, 4.7 mil on other adjustments? What is that?
There's a combination of some things. So one of them, for example, was licence costs that we've just found out about with some changes with our information systems as an example. Another example was there's been a change in an accounting standard for doubtful debts, which the auditors brought to our attention when they were auditing our accounts. So we've had to increase that. That's another example. There's always an effect of changing all of those capital program changes with OPEX or consequential OPEX and things like that. So it basically, again, like I alluded to a little bit earlier on, as we go through these things, we're always reviewing what we've done and tidying things up, and the business has changed. So there's a long list of lots of little things that kind of, I guess, over 10 years add up.
Okay. And second question, coming back to the staff costs, when I looked at attachment 3 on the personnel line, accumulatively over 10 years, it's an increase of about $40 million in personnel costs
Yes.
for 10 years.
Yes.
That includes the 16.9 and the 5.8.
Yes.
So, I mean, I just feel like these numbers have just come out at this meeting. So, can we get more clarity or an explanation as to why it's almost double the initial forecast?
No, so we've only increased it by those two amounts that we've put in this table here for over the 10 years. So we did talk about at the December meeting how much the personnel line had increased. And again, even with some of these increases that you're seeing today, there is offset in the revenue. So for example, in H3, we're bringing on more staff in H3, so obviously that increases our personnel line, but we've also increased the revenue line to match that off. The same with our capital program, we're bringing on more people in our capital space. So obviously from a personnel line perspective, that increases, but we get the offset in our capital program, or we get it from funding or something like that. So when you're looking at it line by line, a bit like I talk about in the finance committees as well, it's really hard just to kind of look at it by itself, so you have to do it overall. And again, you know, with the graduate program and things like that, what we're hoping for is if we put that in, at the moment, for example, in Jen's area, we use a lot of consultants to bring in, and that costs us. So again, in some cases in her area, you'll see personnel is actually favourable, but if you look at her consultants line, it's obviously in some cases going over budget. However, she's also bringing in a substantial amount of revenue as well. So it's kind of putting all of those things together.
Okay, thank you.
Does that?
Thank you. That answers.
Does?
Yeah.
You think? Yeah, good, cool. Okay, so I'm moving to A, B and C, receive the report, note for the purposes of modelling the budget. Yeah. That's still being, I'll come back to that's separate, that's on E.
Yeah.
That's an E, right?
Just checking.
So, yeah, so I won't gather E with it. So, do we need any debate? Yep, we're clear about that. Okay, just as the mover, just want to thank staff for the work they've done. It's been a very complicated and moving feast. The world is a bit different than in other years because of the effects of COVID on the economy and other things, and the ability for us to push ahead with some of our capital budgets and get some work done. Thank you for giving me the confidence that we're not, and just want to put this on record, that I have heard here that we are not sweating the assets or in any way letting things fall into degradation, and we're certainly not letting our assets unusefully fall to the end of their life without renewals and maintenance budgets that are appropriate, because I think that's happened in the past and it leaves us some problems to try and sort out, and it leaves a very sour taste in the mouth of the public. So thank you for the work that you've done. I think it's a good start for where we're at this year, to be honest. So any further debate, Councillor Pascoe?
Thanks, Chair. Look, I'm a strong supporter in maintaining a satisfactory renewals budget, and so are the residents, judging from their submissions and the comments that we hear around town. I think that new projects should always take a second priority to making sure that we look after the existing assets that we have. I know we worked hard on this in the last term, and now that we have 3 years' experience and some assessments, and as a consequence a much higher spend than what we put in the current long-term plan, I'm hopeful that this council will reconfirm the continuance of this at the level that's been projected. I don't have any concern about late changes to the financial budget, but the size of these changes does concern me. I believe that the interest, the depreciation and the staffing needs should have, for the most part, have been known back in December when the first cut of the budget was done, and I would not have expected to see the size of the amounts involved in the adjustments at this particular point in time. I do have a concern on the depreciation, and I accept the answers today that we've had to the questions raised, but in recent years depreciation changes have generally been adjusted upwards at year end, and sometimes quite significantly. because we haven't previously provided, or we've had a whole bunch of new assets that have come on stream during the year, and the catch-up is there. And I would expect that being likely to continue going forward in a period of growth in the city, and as a result of that, increased CapEx expenditure. Prudence might suggest not making the reduction, particularly at an average of $6 million a year over this 10-year period. But I'm quite confident that our staff have the expertise. The proof will well and truly be as to how it tracks along once we move into this next 10-year period. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anyone else? No, we'll go to the board for voting.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. That brings us now down to, are we going to get a answer to Dave's question on the other matter relating to transport?
Just sent out to councillors if there's any amendment proposed resolution. I don't know the financial effect of that.
We might take a brief 5-minute break to put that together, the transport one, and then come back for that.
So Lance, no jump in the hot seat, Paula.
Councillors, we're going to go back into the meeting in just a second, but we have now released the news publicly about Margaret's passing. So I thought it was a very opportune moment to take a minute's silence and reflect on the loss of our colleague, and to know that we have put the flag at half-mast in her remembrance. So if there's anybody, I mean, we don't want to get into a whole bunch of off-the-cuff eulogies at this time. We want to give her the best send-off that we can, working with her family. But if there's anybody feels like they want to or compelled to say a few words, you're welcome. And then we'll just take a moment's silence. You may prefer to leave your words until a later time when you've had some time to adjust. That's also fine. Okay, just in my own, just we acknowledge her great passion and her leadership. And it's a very sad thing that she got into a role that she actually had a great passion for. And no, I can't speak of Margaret in her previous time on council like some of my colleagues can, who've become dear friends of hers. But I do know that she was stoic, tenacious, brave, incredibly brave in the face of the challenges that she's had for the whole term, not only her own health challenges, but those of her husband prior. So she's just fought on and fought on. She was a great friend to the environment in the new role that she took up. Previously, she had other passions, including city cycling and many, many other things. But she's a formidable woman with great strength, and we think of her today. So, moment of silence, please. Okay, the transport issue that we were stuck on just before the break is going to come back to us tomorrow, because there's just a little bit more work to do on that. And so we will move on to the next section, which is, sorry, I'm just off the wrong page. What page are we up to, Julie?
Sorry. 233.
Okay.
Sorry. 230, we're now on to the D, and that actually starts on page 246, where we list each of those items that had gone out for consultation.
So it was my intention not necessarily to go through all of them, because we have had robust debate leading up to the draft. We've heard the submissions, we've asked questions of submitters. Now's the time to get into some deliberation of those ones that we have any tweaks or wishes around. So if you could just let me know which items you would like to do, we'll take them by exception. And then we'll assume that the other ones, which are as per in the report, and we'll note those, we'll make a decision to note those for the purposes of modelling at the right time. So we've got, shall I just quickly run down the list and see if people have got any changes to Roman?
Do you, Mayor Pullett, would it help if I just indicated which ones were received motions about first?
Yes,
so D7, which is the second jetty for Hamilton Garden, we have a motion. Oh, sorry. I've just gone back to the recommendation on 233 at this stage.
So we're just flagging at the moment the things that people want to really discuss, so that we know, the staff can know. So the jetty, the second jetty.
The commuter parking, which is D5.
Commuter parking.
The Hamilton Gardens car parking, so that is D9. Gully restoration, which is D10. We have a new motion in relation to sports parks, toilets and changing rooms. We have a motion for Borman Road and Horsham Downs intersection, which is related to D2, the two roads there. We have a new motion in relation to sports parks, recreation and community pavilion at Koikuri Park. And we have a new motion for Beale Cottage and the Heritage Fund. And one more, sorry, the Aranui Development Plan.
Were there two new motions you said to do with sports parks and club rooms?
Yep, so the first one is sports parks and toilets and changing room improvement program, money being reallocated from that for a road to Turner changing spaces bathroom.
Okay, so we can flag any
Okay,
others. Yeah, so,
Are we going to get copies of those shortly?
they've already done it. They've been circulated.
By,
They've been emailed to you.
sorry?
Been emailed.
When?
Just earlier.
Quite a bit earlier.
1:14, okay, sorry. Well,
so-
it'd be handy for us to get a bit of advance warning of that, because we're not necessarily looking at our emails when we're looking at the
No,
agenda.
we did get advance warning. You might have missed it, but never mind. We did say that those things have been
Or there's something
circulated.
else coming.
And Mayor Paula, Councillor Gallagher has just indicated he had a motion that we
I'm
don't
giving
seem to
you
have captured.
advance warning that I'm about to, now I've got context, right?
Right.
I'm about to circulate a draft motion with reference to we sort of did a parallel consultation in a sense on the founders.
So if you could get that motion to Becca and Amy,
okay,
then we can get it
I've sent it
circulated.
across to Angela, so I'm just going to...
Are there any others that anyone would like to signal?
I just wanted to signal at what particular point we'll be looking at the rate increase, in the sense of, you know, that split between the government compliance rate and the general rate increase, and where the gardens rate. I presume there'll be a discussion and the opportunity to ask questions and then debate. Because I suppose at the end of the whole process, there'll be a need to decide what the rate increase might be,
Absolutely.
and how it might be, and how it might be structured between.
Yeah, and we've agreed, Rob, that everything that we do at the moment today is just for noting for the point of view of budget, of running the model, the financial model.
Yeah, okay.
And then we will have the chance to talk more about that. Given
So that comes after we've done right through to G, that we've actually approved all those, and then do we have a separate discussion and motion around?
I'm just doing D at the moment.
Yeah, no, I realise that, but I'm just seeing where it fits in, because we've got under 11, under D11, the finances.
Oh, yeah, well, that's
And
that.
so I don't know whether that means that
Yes,
that
that means
particular
that.
point.
That's that
that
point.
means that.
So is that where we, so I'd like to reserve a point for some sort of discussion at that point, if that is where we're going to actually ask questions about the rates.
Absolutely is. So if we look at the thing now, we've got D1, which is walking, biking, scooting and skating, which hasn't received any additional attention, so we can move straight to the motion and debate or ask about that. The upgrading roads in the north of the city, we've had a interest in Borman Road.
The motion we have is in relation to Borman and Horsham Downs Road. There's no motion at this stage in relation to Puketaha and Gordington Road.
Right.
So what we put in, elected members, elected members, I did circulate a page during the break that has the option 1, which is the preferred option, which is what has been built in, and then there was option 2 as well. So if it's as per the option 1, that's been baked in.
Yeah, we just got to have them in front of us when we get to it. Though.
Yes.
That's the difficulty. I think we've got to do this in some logical order. So even though I don't want to get into full debate and full questioning again around each one, we will have to go down in the order. Otherwise, we're just going to go all over the place. Yeah. So we're looking at provide more safer.
No. More and safer. Safer.
provide more safer
And safer.
routes for biking, scooting and safe. Yeah. Yeah, more, safer.
So just Mayor Paul, to be really clear, if there is no desire by the elected members to change what we already have in that option 1, you do not need to pass the motion.
I would like to move option. Those are the, yeah, they're not on there. I'd like to move option 2, on it, which is the slower down investment for, I haven't got a seconder, for safer biking, scooting and skating. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Taylor. Are there any questions on the cycling one? Anyone? If not, because we have had this, we do understand it. So it will be a matter of you deciding where you sit on the issue, whether you're sitting with. I've just moved option 2, so that's the motion. You can put in an amendment, of course. That's within your rights.
Sorry, we're jumping around. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know why we're up there. I'm on this sheet.
So we're moving.
Pardon?
Yeah, so sorry, this is just a reference sheet.
Why? This is the order.
So now the Mayor has moved a motion. We need to get, the Mayor's moved a motion, so we need to get it up there. And so the motion is that we take option 2, which is to slow down the investment, so we have 15 million in the first 5 years and 40 million in the second 5 years.
Sorry. So this is hard having a discussion when we don't actually have the words.
You've got this sheet though, eh?
No, but that's not the words of the motion. You see, this is not the
motion. It is for the first one, because I've just moved option 2 from this sheet.
Just get Amy to type out option 2 and put it up so that everyone's clear on what the motion is.
I'm going to follow down D 1 to 11. In that order, because I think if I start going off, the other additional amendments will be all over the shop. So we'll come.
All right.
Just a broad question is option 1 is the preferred option, is that right, normally? Yeah.
Yes, so options 1's already in the finances that you're looking at today.
Got it.
Which option are you proposing out of that, on that
Option
first line?
Option 2.
Option 2.
And the plan includes option 1.
That's right.
So we can have debate about that. Are there any questions of staff on those 2 options before we go into debate?
Have absolute clarity. So if we support option 1, which is the faster investment, then we just vote against it? Or do we need to put up an amendment?
No, vote against it.
You can vote against it and hope it's lost, but that wouldn't necessarily mean, does that mean option 1 would prevail because it's what we,
Yes.
okay. Okey-doke. Any questions? Councillor Pascoe.
Debating, for instance, things on this sheet like this one. Are you saying the person who moves the motion to change gets a right of reply? Anyone who supports the preferred one just gets a single chance to speak? Because that would seem that we should.
No, not necessarily. It's on a case-by-case basis. It's just
well, yeah, but
that
if you,
I made a pause for the first item, and then I decided to move option 2, seconded by.
Yeah, no, that's not my question. Sorry, my question. Take that one as an example. You want to change it, so you're going to move a motion to change it, so you're going to get 2 chances to speak. Whereas someone who supports the existing preferred motion, which is still the official position of council at the moment, only gets a single chance to speak.
It's the draft position of council, isn't it? The draft preferral.
Well, it's more than a draft, because it's just been advised to us that all we have to do is vote against your motion and we keep what we've got. I'd like to speak for what we've got, but I'm getting less of an option than the person wanting to change it.
6 minutes, 3 minutes.
So that doesn't seem like it's a fair process in this, on these sheets.
That is the usual process when the mover gets right of reply.
It's the usual process, but not in this situation. We should be equal, at least, if not.
I'll get some advice from governance, but that's an unusual.
Because then I could go and move, get in first and move the preferred option. But I'm told they don't want a motion if it's, so we don't get the chance to do that.
But you can.
Well, they've told us not to.
So,
We can suspend standing orders and
I might just move preferred position for everything.
Getting 3 more minutes.
And at least to get 2 chances to speak.
But so that if they want to, I mean, you know, I get what you're saying, Dave, but actually that's the process, is that I've moved something.
Well, we could move suspension of standing orders, so it wasn't the process.
And what would
Otherwise,
happen?
in every single case where I want the preferred one, I'm going to get in now and move a motion that the preferred one be supported.
But that's
which we've
no
been-
different than the additional motions that are here, the person
What
who's
he's saying is
proposed them.
the one who does the option 2 gets a right of reply, gets two
Two bites.
opportunities to speak, is that right?
Eh?
Well, yeah, it is. No.
We were told before we started this little discussion on this particular thing, if you support the preferred option, which is the council draft proposal, you don't need to move a motion. So anyone who wants to change moves the motion, gets 2 chances to speak at it, becomes the lead in the debate. So I'm saying if that's how we're going to do it, then I'm going to move every single one that's the preferred that I support right now to get 2 chances to speak.
Could you let me finish? I get you, but outside of you moving an amendment, there's or being in first, but what we can do is suspend the standing order so that nobody gets a right of reply and everybody debates once. That's the fairest thing, because I don't really need to debate twice, so I'm not trying to get double voice.
Yeah, I would support that.
All right, so all in favour of suspending the standing orders so we have equal opportunity to speak, please raise your hands.
So I can speak later then as a mover.
Yeah. But we're all going to have different preferences, aren't we? Okay, any questions on
Somewhere there. Oh, I'm back on now. I thought I might get 2 opportunities to speak for 3 minutes each.
It's all right, Rob, we're waiting until you go up and then we're all going to come out.
Look, as I see, I'm just wanting to ask a question to staff. And I know it's a bit early to start trying to identify the financial effect of the differences, because the quantum is still the same. It's just in different years, which could, as I understand it, will give us a bit more headroom in our debt to revenue ratio. Is it possible quickly to put up what the reduction would be? Because I take it the preferred position is currently locked into the model, and all you now need to do is tweak the 15 and the 40, 15 and 40. Is that easy to do for the purposes of getting an assessment of where we might land with that change?
Well, I mean, I guess it's entirely up to the mayor, but what we had agreed, as we kind of talked about this morning, is to do it after all of them, because obviously taking these all individually has completely different outcomes.
Yeah, no, I know, and it pulls one out and highlights it against any other changes.
So what I can do, so I'm just going to, is I can give you a rule of thumb and just remind you of what that is.
Because the only effect will be the headroom, will be the debt to revenue ratio, won't it?
Where did I just put it? Sorry, I'm just going to find it. So, sorry, where it is. Okay, so just as a rule of thumb, if you use, so for every 1% change in rates, it's about a $2 million effect,
Yep. Understand that, yep.
And then for every $3 million change in CapEx or OpEx, it's pretty much changes our debt to revenue ratio by about 1%.
3 million, okay.
So if you use those, that might help with some of these different options that we could potentially be looking at.
And in in attachment 1, you'll see there is tables for each of our financial measures that show you the blue is the base as per option 1, and the green, this is on page 256, and the green is the impact of choosing option 2.
But again, remember they're all done individually. So basically we've taken the base and we've done it all individually rather than in isolation rather than all of these things together.
Okay, now that will probably help better than trying to work out how we will split the $25 million less spend in the 5 years equally over the 5 years, and then applying your $3 million to each of those years. Yeah.
And just remember, with capital, not only are you changing the capital money, but there's obviously interest and depreciation and consequential OPEX and capital revenue in some cases, that all kind of moves with it. So while it might feel like it's a favourable thing from a pure money perspective, it actually might not be from a balancing the books perspective. So that's why this isn't just an easy thing to pull and push some of these things in its own right.
But that graph does all of those things, does it? The graph does all
that's
the calcs,
what the modelling does.
the calcs around the OPEX and the CAPEX. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher, question?
Just to explain the subsidy and how that works and the risks involved from Waka Kotahi.
For this particular one?
Yes.
Eva Liss, would you like to?
So the revenue assumptions for from Waka Kotahi are assumed at 51%.
Now the risk. Tell me about the risk, because we're only asking for a lesser amount of money in the first 10 years.
So we're anticipating that the subsidy would be received, and if the subsidy isn't received, the expectation is that it comes back to council.
Sorry?
So if they
I'll
say...
just speculate that for a minute.
Oh, if you go for a slow...
What I understand in the first 5 years, if I'm doing a lot less, then I'm obviously going to get less money from Waka Kotahi. But if I then do a bit more in the second 5 years, am I guaranteed they're going to stump up with the dough?
No.
We can't guarantee that.
So that's a risk register.
Outside of the NLTP and the 3 years confirmed.
So if, say, Waka Kotahi had a change of direction, a change of government, whatever, lots of factors looking in the crystal ball in 5 years' time, what might be the impact? Because obviously we have a vision for mode shift. We're changing this vision somewhat by the slowdown of the first 5 years, but the second 5 years, the money may or may not be there.
It's a bit of a loaded question, since
That's
Eva
correct.
does not have a...
I don't have a crystal ball, but that is
It's a very
right.
loaded question.
No,
That's correct.
it's a genuine question.
Well,
Always my
Eva,
question
there's
is
no way
genuine.
that you can foresee outside of this period of time.
Sure.
No.
No. But, yeah. Okay, any other further questions? Councillor Cash?
Just with in regards to the impact on the financial strategy, it says that both options are pretty much the same impact on the finances. So I'm just wanting to know, is it a capacity issue? What's the main reason for delaying it? Or what would be the advantage of delaying it?
Are you asking the mover?
No.
Yeah, anyone.
We're asking staff at this point.
Evelisa or Chris, can you guys help with this?
My view on that, we can deliver it. It's a question for councillors. They're looking to spend less on biking and micromobility. So it's not a delivery question. We will deliver the bigger number quite easily. So it's a question for how much councillors want to spend on this.
All right, thank you.
That didn't answer your question, did it?
It's just a spending question?
Yeah, but your question was that to you it doesn't seem like there's very much difference in the way the money rolls out.
Well, it's really a philosophical question around the level of appetite from elected members.
Cool. All right, we'll go into the debate. Here again, we put a lot of confidence in Waka Kotahi to bring their share of money to the table. I actually do support mode shift. This is regardless of which option you go for, this is a hugely aggressive program compared to anything that's been
previously done through this council to bring about mode shift. This just eases the burden in the first couple of years. Chris has already indicated that he could still deliver, find the money, provided Waka Kotahi come to the table. Yeah, so I'm not going to say very much more. This is all about finding that balance again, about the speed in which we do things, and it's an uncomfortably large amount of money given the times that we're facing there again with our ratepayers. But I do believe that we need to do much more. And I do have some concerns about some of the proposed plans. But then, you know, I'm not going to hold council back just because I have a few minor detail concerns over some of the routes and nature of the routes. I guess I also think that given public opinion on some of this and how it holds us up from time to time, there's no problem with delaying in the first couple of years. So that's how I sit on it. Councillor O'Leary.
Yes, thank you. I won't be supporting the motion as Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, and also strongly supporting option 1, which is not what the motion speaks to. Is 69% of those that submitted to the long-term plan supported option 1, which is just for us to get on with it. We had a great, I think, a great response from the Minister. Everything is tracking really well. We have Vision Zero, we have a commitment to climate change, we want a vibrant city centre, and Mode Shift will deliver all of that. Look, this councils, since I've been here, have been dragging the chain on this. And we have to get on with it. We are a growing city, and we're talking about growing up and not out, because we're constrained by growing out. And to do that, we have to get people out of cars and we have to move them into mode shift. So I just think that nearly 70% of submissions saying get on with it and do it now is a strong enough commitment that we need to be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Paula. I won't be supporting the motion. I respectfully suggest slow down as political speech for delay, delay and delay. And I think this is too important issue to be kicking it down the road. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to actually start the revolution. And the revolution is, let's see if we can get a city that has usable cycle and alternative transportation modes in and out of our city. It's as simple as that. This will come with some disruption. This will come with some initial pain. But in 10 to 20 to 30 years, people will look back and say, this was the council that started the ship in the new direction. And my final point would be, Councillor Martin is absolutely right. By delaying it, we also run a high risk that the subsidy that we would enjoy now could evaporate. It doesn't mean it will, but we begin to play a risk profile, and I think that would be an error of judgment. Let's do it. Let's be bold. Let's stand by our convictions and see this through.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. And Mayor Paula, you are right. It is aggressive. Is it aggressive? Yes. But is it doable? Yes. Is it needed? Yes, yes, yes. Is it overdue? Yes, 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 yes. An even bigger yes, if I can find another question. But yes, we have got to go with option 1. It is baked into our figures. Yeah, it's ambitious. Yes, it's huge. Yes, it is a shift, not only a mode shift in transport, it's a mode shift in thinking. And I'm incredibly grateful to the people of Hamilton for supporting this in such a way. So I say yes to option 1, and I'm sorry, Mayor Paul, I won't be supporting you in your motion.
That's absolutely fine. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. Well, I will. I'll support the Mayor's option here. And I reiterate what Paula says, this is still a massively aggressive program. And yes, I agree with Angela, we had a lot of submissions in favour, and there is definitely a strong push for this. What I don't know about is whether we are actually in a place to deliver the quality cycleways that they are actually hoping for. To be honest, I'm not sure if we have sufficient planning in place to spend 24.5 million in the first 5 years. I think we've got some work to do. One of the things the biking plan showed me was that there is still some work to do. Even Mark Bunting, one of the biggest cycle advocates in this room, remarked that it still seemed very road focused. It wasn't the visionary off-road using parks sort of plan that he was hoping for. So when I look at some of the places we're intending putting cycleways in the city on roads conflicting with vehicles, I don't think that message is getting through yet. So I think I think we can actually put out this plan's suboptimal, and let's not rush in and plough a whole lot of money in to get suboptimal results. It makes sense to me to spend 15 million over 5 years and actually develop something visionary and create some cycleways in a more imaginative way. I would also remind you that this 55 million is on top of the huge cycle spend planned as part of the Eastern Pathways, the school link and the CBD to University link, and totally agree, those are visionary projects. But don't forget, they've got huge cycle components there. So this is 55 million that's been plucked out on top of that. By all means, let's spend that money, but let's spend it right. And I'm not convinced we're in a position to actually put in quality infrastructure yet. Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
A very useful discussion. As the Deputy Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, I rise to support my Chair, Angela, and her contribution. This is a very significant slow it down. It's a, is that $9.5 million slow it down, and $1.9 million per year. So in effect, but I've been around, as you know, for some time, and if we have the opportunity to negotiate funding that can come from Waka Kotahi now, or it can go elsewhere, and in 5 years' time, the jar may be empty in terms of Waka Kotahi. So I think we're on the significant cusp. We've been through an incredible year, obviously, a very challenging year, but if anything, it focuses that we are moving into significant mode change. Ewan talked about revolutionary. I don't think that other countries that are years ahead of us, Netherlands, Germany, with a conservative-based federal government, it's not revolutionary, they've just got it better. They still have their cars and their autobahns and this, that and the other, but they get about mode shift, they get about mode choice, they get about safe cycling to our schools, because this is all about moving now to provide safe transport choices for our residents, and particularly our younger residents.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks very much. I want to start by saying I strongly agree with the Deputy Mayor that we need much better, higher quality cycleways. He's absolutely right there. So I'm pleased that he's going to be supporting the option that's closest to that, which is option 1. It's certainly a lot closer than an option 2, which, if you look at the average spending of $3 million a year over the first 5 years, would get you one safe intersection a year only. That's all you're going to get. That is not a fast move towards quality cycleways. So let's go with Jeff's proposal to go much faster. Look, mode shift and safe mode shift is the only way we're going to address the growing congestion and safety problems in our city and provide good quality access to people. Starting young is the best way to get that. Let's get our kids all across the city to be able to safely cycle to school and to the other places. And we can't do that by just a business as usual plus an intersection a year job, which is option 2. We probably can't do it well enough even with option 1. Let's go with JEP's option 0, which is going to be even better still. So I'm looking forward to that coming up late. Here we're wanting to slow it down, to push it out, to delay it. That's the same sort of thing that happened with our transport improvements program 6 and 9 years ago, and we got next to nothing done, and we lost opportunities to get NZTA funding during that period as well. Martin raised an exceptionally good point. We've got some leg in with the current government. That's not always going to be the case. Much as it saddens me to say we won't always have a Labour government, Martin, and we won't be able to rely on others to provide that sort of support. We've got a proposal coming up later where we've already agreed to put in a cycle and walkway. We want to add a road to it. I'm not convinced that that's the right way to go, just so that people can drive their kids more easily to school or to get to work more easily. Let's go flat out improving the safety and access for cyclists, for walkers, for other micromobility users. Let's work on that. Let's not have roads, which we honestly have been for all of my time on council. It's not a good outcome. It's never going to get the change we say we want. Thank you. And thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. I was going to point and order you in the middle, but I thought you were in such good flow, Dave, and I agree with a lot of what you say, but intersections are also funded through other streams, just make that point clear. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. Thanks to the previous speakers. My apologies, Mayor Paula, I shan't be supporting the motion to slow it down. Change isn't easy and it certainly isn't cheap. And so slowing down at the outset wouldn't set us up well for a final outcome. We had the Minister in town, the Minister of Transport in town last month, and he talked about Hamilton's plans for mode shift and that, you know, we're being ambitious. We're looking to be able to get that Waka Kotahi fund and to show our real desire to invest in this area. It sends a really good signal to Waka Kotahi that we are serious about this real change that we want to be able to see. We want to be able to not just have a highway for kids to get along one way to get to school. We want to be able to connect that highway to their homes, to the actual school gate. We want to be able to see that network built into proper safe cycling and mode shift transport options. And so, you know, if we slow it down at the very start, we certainly don't show any bold or brave intention, and that can indeed put any funding that is actually pretty tiny, really, under real risk. And so I have no appetite to do that. I want to be able to get everybody on their bike, and that includes all of us. And now, cheers.
Thank you, Maxine. Councillor Sarah.
I will also not be supporting the motion. The other day we had a student come in who was, I think, in their first year of high school or thereabouts, and they talked about how nerve-wracking it was to feel squeezed between cars as they biked to school. And another student who talked about how difficult it was to scooter to school because there was no space for them to do so. This is about providing kids the opportunity to actually bike, scoot, walk to school. They want to do it. It provides independence, it's healthy. Over the last couple of decades, the amount of time kids have spent biking has dropped from 28 minutes a week to 4 minutes a week. So this is about health, it's about safety, but it's more than that. It's also about housing. If we look at Peacock, we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars for 6,000 to 7,000 houses. With Eastern Pathways, it will deliver around 11,000 dwellings through enabling intensification and quality transport options. It's also about future-proofing as the city grows. Coming from the biking and micro-mobility plan, Hamilton cannot afford the billions of dollars needed to match high growth with wider roads and car parks. And there is little available space in our urban areas to accommodate the infrastructure needed. On current trends, we will run out of road capacity for accessing the city centre in around 2036, even if there were enough car parks available. Is that the kind of future we want in terms of our economy and our city centre? This is much more than just about biking. This is enabling so many benefits that we talk about with all the well-beings. And so, I mean, in my view, this isn't fast enough, but we can't slow it down even more. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you. We have cycle lanes on many of our routes in and out of the city, but with little use. We are told many existing lanes are not safe, and defining safety and the acceptance of what is safe to many potential users still needs more work. Instead of us rushing in and building more potential white elephant routes. I agree about getting residents out of cars, but this is not happening, and I'd love someone to tell me what we need to do in order to do that. We were told during submissions, build it and they will come. Thus far we are, and they are not. I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, everyone. There's nothing but robust debate in this room, so thank you. Oh, Councillor Cash. Thanks.
I was just going to add quickly that I've been listening to everyone because I've undecided on this one, and I'm going to support Mayor Paula and Jeff on this one. I'm sorry to my chair. I think that Jeff said it really clearly in that we are still investing in Eastern Pathways and the Unilink. And personally, I think it's quite important for us to have as much debt capacity as possible in that first 5 years. So an extra 9.5 with just this item would go a long way, because I'd be talking about the projects and the compliance targeted rate and whether that can be funded through debt. So I think in the grand scheme of things, it's important to keep that headroom until we have those conversations as well. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote, councillors. Yeah, option two. Option two. Yeah, I think we've understood that, you.
Sorry.
Try to get another moment.
The motion is lost. 4 for, 8 against.
Well done, everyone, and well. I do need to take a 5-minute adjournment. Sorry, pardon?
Cup of tea.
Cup of tea. I do need to do a couple of things just for the next few minutes, but thanks, everyone. We'll come back at past. Grab And we're going to the ones, don't forget we're operating by exception, and so we're going to the ones on the list that have been indicated as exceptions and additions, and then if there's anything else after that, we'll catch up on anything else that wasn't incorporated. We're going to go down this.
Can I? No. Be really clear. That list is just a list of the ones we went out for consultation and what was option 1 and option 2. The ones that Mayor Paula showed us read out, the ones that we're going to talk about. So the next one is the Borman Road, Horsham Downs Road, because we have a motion for that.
The option where you have the signs out in the footpath saying, would you like to pay to park here? Which was that?
I think that's coming up, Councillor Day.
Okay, so we're on to the, there's been a motion, can you tell me which one it is? Yeah, but I can't see behind me and in front of me at the same time.
It's further down.
Yeah. I mean, this is the difficulty of having multiple bits to look at, because I've got the agenda here and I need to see these two, and I can't. I'm pretty talented, but eyes in the back of my head is one of the things I haven't quite developed. I know. I'm just, that's another one of my strengths. That's one of my strengths. Yeah. Exactly. Okay, so we're looking at the motion around Borman Road and Horsham Downs. It's been moved by Councillor Hamilton and is yet to receive a seconder. Councillor Pascoe will second.
Dave's got a question.
Yep. So you can see what it refers to up there. So we'll take questions in the first instance before we go to debate. And Dave's got a question.
Thanks. Question probably to Chris, who some of us have been having a discussion with in the break. Is it possible, Chris, to do that whole section, which includes both the eastern and western bits of Borman Road that are currently unfinished or not done at all, plus the intersection over a sort of a 2-year period, but that gives cycling and walking connection through to the high school, or at least to Kimbray Drive, gets that in right at the start, a cycling and walking connection, so it establishes that and then moves on with the rest of the construction, including both parts of the road and the intersection also early. Is it possible to sort of do those safety and micro-mobility connections right up front?
Yeah, look, my answer to that would be yes, of course, at the will of council. I think the issue is NZTA Wakako Tahi subsidy. So this is a project that's on the edge of being subsidised. So remember, councillors, they came through just a little while ago and they did fund the pre-implementation of the design, which is a good sign. It would be how they would react to us staging it like that, but I think that would probably be okay. I just probably need some time to talk to NZTA and the team about that, but I like the notion of what you're saying. I think that could work, yes.
And following that answer, thank you, would it be fair to say that NZTA is a bit easier to deal with, or / reacts a lot better if you ask for something that's got roads involved in terms of giving us money?
Not in my experience at the moment, councillor.
You mean we don't get good answers no matter what we put up?
Well, my strategy, based on what you said, is to go to them on a modal shift basis to get what you want, not a road.
Thank you.
So, no further question?
Dave, does the cycle lane that's been constructed or being constructed, which I guess ultimately will be the direction of the new cycle lane if the road gets constructed, does that also serve Te Totara, or does it just go to the high school? Te Totara is a primary school across, isn't Borman Road itself.
Yeah. I think a cycleway through there would service all the schools, Te Totara, and the high school.
Yep, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson, question?
Just following on from Dave, do we need to clarify that that's, if we're wanting to see the cycleway and the safety improvements done as the immediate first step, clarify that in the motion? Or?
You could do. My view is this is a project that would have to come to council for macro scope approval on, so you could do that around a council table in terms of just how we progress the project.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, it might be useful to clarify for elected members. Currently, Project 1 is what's in under option 1, which is 11.338 million commencing in 2024. The Borman Road East project, which is the one we're suggesting gets combined and comes forward as well, is 16.417, and currently that's programmed to commence in 2029.
Does that answer your question? Sarah? Okay, so we'll go into debate. It's Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, Councillor Dave just prompted me about the upfront expense, but some of the cost, by bringing it forward, we actually save a lot of the inflation that's built into these prices. So by doing them both together, and with the efficiencies of the roadworks, etc., we can save potentially $6.2 million by bringing it forward. So there's a significant savings there. And of course, with the Waka Kotahi, if there's a potential opportunity there, given that they've funded the pre-implementation, that's a further subsidy of $8 million towards this project. So it's a significant benefit in actually bringing it forward financially. I'm really pleased that we're able to try and find a compromise here between a necessary road relief, but also with good integration to the schools, cycling and scootering. And the urbanisation of this project, especially with early foresight, will give us good, safe, lit cycleways and scooterways for the children, which is one of the highest and best uptakes in Hamilton in terms of scooter use. We've heard from the community, Tracy Sterling, and a petition of over 500 residents, and the desperate need for this community to respond to this area. In fact, it was in our LTP and we deferred it at the 11th hour 3 years ago so that we could keep our rates under 10%. So this has been deferred and deferred. There's a developer out there currently building housing and helping with our housing shortage, and they've already spent $1 million on temporary road works to navigate this unfinished road, which should already be complete. So that's not a good use of money from the development community or a good example of partnership. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. I'm really pleased that my friend Councillor Ryan brought forward the argument that by bringing some of these roading projects we're going to save inflation costs. I think I can apply that to lots of other projects like gullies and cycleways that we want to bring forward too. Thank you for that. It's also, Ryan referred to a particular submitter who was a very persuasive arguer who talked about, basically said that opening this road is going to make cycling safer, and it's the first time I've heard that argument advanced. I have a lot of questions about that. I think, though, that it's important that we do look at this as an overall project, but make sure, and that was the reason for my question to Chris, make sure that we establish cycling and walking connections to the high school from that catchment area up the top of the hill as a preeminent, safe thing to do really early on. If you can get that culture established for a new part of that suburb up the top, you're going to improve the overall long-term culture and support for micro-mobility in the area. It was shown with Rotatuna High School that when we had Kimbray Drive was was only a partial road and wasn't connected through to the rest of Rotatuna easily, whereas cycleways were. There was a huge uptake at that school in cycling. I think we should look at that pattern in our new areas and keep using that to help. I don't mind roads coming along for cars coming along later. Even a year later is okay if you've established the worth of the other type of connection early on. I think, like Ryan said, it is a compromise. It's also important because Chris has been hanging out for this roading connection for at least 7 or 8 years, and we're finally going to give it to him. And as a former roading engineer, he's very happy that we can deliver this. So thank you, Chris, for being so stubborn about keeping it on the agenda.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, and I thought well done, Ryan, for your presentation there. This does need, it really needs doing. It's I think I've been a little bit embarrassed actually when I went out there and saw Horsham Downs and Borman Road, and you know, it really is the Wild West out there, and it's just unsafe with the amount of traffic, the amount of development going on there. So. And I well remember being taken out of the last LTP, and it was nothing to do with merit, but trying to get under 10%. And it's been placed too far back in this LTP, I think. I know. And I think we do owe it to the people out there. They're living out there, they're paying rates, and they've got a semi-rural little road, which I think is only going to end in heartbreak at some stage. We've had a good petition. This was one of the submissions for me that stood out in the LTP, and there are other submissions too. So I think this is one I really feel strongly about. It's not my ward, don't care. It's just something that I think is really the right thing to do. There's massive growth there, and I really am worried about safety. And also just doing the right thing by people who've moved out there, and the infrastructure is 20 years behind.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, look, I agree with the past three speakers. There is deficient infrastructure out there in Horsham and in New Borman Road. There's no curb and channelling, there's no footpaths. So, you know, talking about cycle lanes and other upgrades, we haven't even got the basics out there yet. And when we talk about safety, it's almost unsafe for a car to drive out there. If you do that right-hand turn where the old chocolate factory used to be, the road is a real third grade. In fact, it would be better if it was still stones and chip rather than tar seal. So look, it is well overdue. Somebody's already touched on the fact that there are ratepayers out there now, and if you look on both sides of Horsham Downs Road and turn into New Borman Road, there's a very big KO development going in Rocky Road, which is behind the chocolate factory. And so one would expect that there will be lots and lots, get it? There will be lots and lots of young families there, and they will need to feed down to Te Tautara and to Rotatuna High. So, you know, there is some urgency on upgrading that area, and I think the petition was quite well timed, because here were a group of residents who were actually bringing to council the state of roads that most of us, or many of us, did not know. It will also remove the rat run on Moonlight Drive, and if anyone travels along Moonlight Drive, it's a nice curvy snaky road with no road markings on it, and cars duck and dive all over that road. So I feel sorry for those homes along there who probably get all kinds of traffic at all times of the day travelling along in that road. So look, I'm very supportive of getting this on the table, and I know it will challenge our debt to revenue ratio if we bring it in sooner rather than later, but let's see what we can do with some juggling around some of the other spending to bring this in as a matter of urgency and priority now.
Thanks. You. Councillor Naidu-Rowe.
Thank you. Not much to add to what's been said, apart from that There is a huge mass of development going down on Horsham Downs Road, more happening at the moment. There's hundreds of new houses on that section. The traffic congestion, especially on Moonlight Drive, trying to get in and out of Moonlight Drive, it's quite obvious when you're in that area that Moonlight Drive wasn't designed to handle that amount of traffic. There's a new retail development where the old chocolate factory was. There's new businesses opening there, so it's only fair that we try to have good access to that retail development. It's really just an unfinished area. And so I think that it is quite important for us to actually finish what's been started. We operate in that area, and I often do medicine deliveries down there, and it's terrible to drive through, especially when you're doing it on a daily basis. So I'm in huge support of this.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Yes, thank you, Paula. I'll be supporting Ryan's motion as well. Even though I do agree with the principle that Dave had with the cycling, and I remember chuckling away thinking, wouldn't it be great if no cars could get through there and that would keep the cycling rate up, etc. But look, this is just one of those cases where it's similar to the Gordonton Road work we were doing last term, where growth has just overtaken our planning, and the peri-urbans are a real safety hazard at this point. I remember living in Bellona Place, just off Discovery Drive, when I first moved back to Hamilton in '99, and that was on the edge of town. Now it's almost the centre of town. So we've just, unfortunately, we do have to duck and dive around our planning a little bit to do stuff like this. So I applaud Ryan's work on this, and happy to support.
Thank you. Just to speak for myself, I thought, Ryan, you articulated the argument very well, and I'm going to support it also. And not with taking anything from this important and, at the moment, unsafe stretch of road and intersection, just to remember, councillors, that we have many, many unsafe intersections yet to deal with as a council. And I just don't want us to lose sight of that. And as you know, since we've been talking cycling today, we've got issues around Five Crossroads, which is a five-pronged roundabout, which is even worse than a four-pronged roundabout or a four-lighted intersection. So we have a number of places across the city, but safety must, of course, come paramount. And I think the points that you made, Councillor Hamilton, around growth in that area and the opportunity to unlock some further development makes sense also. The good news, I guess, is that as we roll out towards Peacock with our development, we're doing things at the right timing. So we're not trying to retrofit, whereas in the north of Hamilton, some parts have grown outside of the infrastructure, and therefore we've now got this challenge of retrofitting it to keep the community safe. So support it anyway. Councillor Hamilton, right of reply.
Look, it would be remiss of me, I just had a...
You said no rights of reply.
Oh, yeah, no rights of reply. You don't get one if I don't get one. Sorry. No. Sorry about that. Pudding. All right, thank you. We'll go to the vote. Thank you for being totally fair about that, Dave. Yeah.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, that brings us on to, there's nothing about the library, is there? The Hamilton Library? The Hillcrest Library? Nope. So the Hillcrest Library is just as it was in the report. That's not up here, is it?
There were no motions put up in relation to Puketaha.
Right. There were no motions. So we're going now to the Hamilton Jetty. Is that the next one up?
Creative sector.
Creative sector's next up. Sorry.
No.
None for the creative sector.
The next one is the commuter parking.
Commuter charging.
Madam Mayor, when are we, just as a procedural question, when are we due to finish today? I realise we're going late into the night tomorrow, but...
We're not going that late into the night tomorrow. You'll be pleased to know it will not be anywhere near midnight. But what we will do today is, we will finish by 5:30 at the very latest out the doors today. Right, sorry, back to the plan. We're on the commuter parking around the city, yeah? Which has been moved. There's a motion up there that's been moved by Deputy Mayor Taylor and has yet to be seconded. I'm happy to second it because I think we need some debate. Pardon? Questions first?
Yeah, look, I know the motion says for the purposes of modelling, but there are 0 figures in here, so I just want to be reminded of the proposed revenue in the draft budget and which years it sort of falls in, because I think there was a partial year to start with or something like that. I can't remember just to be reminded of what we would be foregoing should this happen, should the motion get through.
So the revenue that was proposed was 1.6 million, starting from 22. Year 2.
Year 2, so nothing in year 1?
That's right.
So 1 year to prepare it. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Sorry, let me just... Councillor Pascoe.
My question is, and it probably also relates to the gardens, is what the cost is, what the cost will be, both CapEx and OpEx to administer these parking, because my recollection was the 1.6 million was in fact the gross revenue. No, I'm just saying for both of these, both this one and the gardens.
Hang on. I'm chairing the meeting, but so you're asking collectively with the
During the consultation process, it was raised around the costs. I'll do the gardens quite separately then.
Yeah, so the cost.
And as I recall, the $1.6 million was the gross revenue we would get from commuter parking, but there are some costs.
It's anticipated at this point that there are no administrative costs should we use the app to administer the commuter parking. So there is no infrastructure costs apart from minor signage, which is all incorporated within our parking budgets.
So when you say minor signage, I thought there would be signs going up everywhere, not only to educate those parkers initially. I'm thinking back to the free parking in the CBD, and then those permanent signs that would go up, which would have, and then there would be the enforcement, surely.
So the enforcement would be done under the existing staffing requirements for parking management, so there's no anticipated increases in that area. In terms of the administrative requirements for commuter parking, the signage would be there to meet the legislative requirements, dependent on what council decides, and should there be a council decision to look at how the residential parking is managed. So at this stage, the administrative requirement dollars are not known, and it's depending on the decision whether commuter parking is to be implemented or not.
So we couldn't even estimate that? I mean, resident parking permits and all those sorts of things will invariably pop through?
Yes, they would pop through, but they would be determined whether that would be, whether there were fees or there are different residential parking permit options for council to consider, so those haven't been determined. Okay. For commuter parking, the fees between the anticipated in the 10-year plan, $5 to $8, would anticipate a level of signage. As an example, for the 2-hour free, I believe the signage was approximately $50,000 to install on every metre and every street signage. And so commuter parking areas are bigger areas, therefore the signage requirements would be minimised in terms of, because the sensors are not going. It's not anticipated that sensors are required.
So even streets like George Street and, over by where there are no signs at the moment?
Yes.
They will, if you go around Seddon Park, for example, there are signs, but say George Street where there are no signs, we would have to install those?
Yes.
If that was part of the commuter parking fringe? Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you. I'm not totally convinced, but I guess...
Councillor O'Leary.
Just two questions for clarity. Nothing in this motion stops us from, once we've completed an actual parking management strategy for the precincts and the CBD and everything else, if we wanted to revisit commuter parking again at that point, whether that be 6 months' time or...
Yes, so that's something you can bring back to either a finance committee or appropriate committee discussion or as part of your annual plan. You have engaged the community on this topic and sought their feedback. So as long as you're comfortable that you've understood the community's position on this, there would not even be a requirement to reconsult.
Okay, yep. And second question is, there's phase 1 commuter parking, which we did through annual plan, and there's sort of phase 2. So nothing in here affects, like we've purchased the licensing cars, we're going about putting in that sort of first outer circle of, this is probably the inner circle, isn't it, of Central City commuter parking. So nothing, if this was delayed or stopped altogether, whichever way it is, none of that affects that phase 1 commuter parking in the Central City? No. And that's the 400,000, right?
Correct, that's already within the current annual plan.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Bunting.
Just a couple of things have perked my ears up just today. How are you going to monitor this without sensors? Are you just going to have these cars driving around and driving around again? Yeah, I thought
so
sensors were going in.
So the app, the Pay My Park app, you can actually put your licence plate in and state that I'm in a particular location and here is my charge, and that then talks to our parking team.
Okay. Oh yeah, okay, all right. Have we looked at the residents' parking permits yet?
Not yet, it was pending the decisions from council.
Do we have a rough idea of what that would cost to put a residents' parking scheme in? Roughly? Administratively?
No, not yet.
Okay, and we haven't done any work on, no, actually, I think I saw the response to the question about, I asked about home businesses clogging up parks and congestion lights. There's nothing in place with that?
There's nothing in place in Hamilton. There are examples around New Zealand where residents' parking is being used successfully in cities, and residents' parking, there are options where a permit can be funded by the permit applicant as a fee, or alternatively council can make the decision to offer free coupons to residents and business owners in the areas that are identified for those commuter parking spaces.
Cool, thank you. And last question, I think it's towards Julie, earlier on when Councillor O'Leary asked you if we went for this and then decided to implement commuter parking through our parking management strategies, we wouldn't have to consult, is that right?
So the requirement to consult under the Local Government Act is for elected members to feel that you have heard the views of the community around an issue. It would be a decision that elected members could make at the time if you actually wanted to go back out and re-ask the community about their views. Right. If you feel you've already heard their views, you do not need to reconsult.
And how long would be reasonable between drinks? Yeah, that's what I'm
And if you were,
nice.
and just to caveat on that, if you were looking at something that was maybe different to what you put in this long-term plan, it would maybe be a good opportunity to re-ask the community.
So that would include different areas, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson, questions?
Another question probably to Eva, Lisa or Julie. The 12 months before the current draft proposal kicks in, i.e. the revenue starts flowing, were they to be used for preparing the details like parking in front of shops, residents parking permits, how exactly the money's collected and things like that? Was that the purpose of the delayed period before it started?
Correct. So that was the reason why the revenue commenced in year 2, to allow council to make those decisions during year 1 in terms of how and when and also where. So
the suggestion that's been raised in a couple of other questions that council may consider this in the finance committee or in the next annual plan is in a sense already covered, because that 12-month period incorporates both those opportunities anyway.
Correct.
Thanks.
No further questions? We'll go into the debate, please. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Look, I opposed this at the time, and I'm opposing it now. I think we've had an overwhelming message from our residents about this. Leave our parking alone. The people have spoken. They don't want this, and they never did. As expected, submissions heavily opposed the plan. 63% of submitters opposed it. And to me, it's a classic case of Nana Council trying to badger people out of cars, trying to tell them what they should be doing, and people are responding by saying, well, bugger off. So I suggest that we respect their opinion. They have every right to do that. We don't know everything. We need to give our community some credit. In the short term, we're trying to force people into doing what they don't want to do. When it gets to the stage where people can't find a park in town, they'll start to make decisions for themselves. When they get to the stage where they're stuck on River Road in the morning trying to turn right onto Fairfield Bridge and they just won't do it anymore, they'll make the decisions for themselves. And we are providing the bus and cycle infrastructure to support them when they make those decisions. There's no need to hector them out of cars in the meantime. And that's what you're doing. You're punishing the wrong people here as well. Many of the people that you are going to hit with this are going to be the less well-paid retail workers, people working in town. You're going to be hitting them with this. And we heard from plenty of them during the submissions. We also heard from shift workers who couldn't take public transport even if they wanted to. Unintended consequences. I would urge elected members to remember the views of the 2,900 submitters and just give them some credit. We don't always know best with some of these plans. And mode shift is a transition. You can't bully people into these things, no matter how much you want to. So I would urge elected members to support this. I don't think a heck of a lot of work has gone into this. I have huge doubts about how you're going to educate the whole city to use the parking app to pay for it. And I don't think it's been well thought out. So there you go. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
The genesis of this idea around council started in the parking subcommittee that the last council had, which was chaired by Jeff as the deputy chair of the Transportation and Growth Committee, or whatever it was called back then. And we saw that there was a need to economically develop the city, to support that by having free parking in the CBD. Equally, we saw there was a need to shift commuters out of their cars into other modes of transport, and this was an idea that came up then. It's been around for at least 4 years in this council. It is not proposed to bring in parking charges in all of those streets at the same time at the start of the LTP period. As you've heard, there's a 12-month period in which to work on details. Any discussion today about details is largely irrelevant. There will be time to sort out parking in front of shops, residents getting permits, how you can pay for the parking, all that sort of stuff. But at the moment, there are 2,000 to 3,000 cars a day getting free parking around the edges, and it's only free to those car drivers. The ratepayers are already paying for that parking. They're getting it free. We're providing a service which we get nothing back for. Now, so far this afternoon, we've only talked about increasing expenses or bringing forward expenses, front-loading them, and reducing revenue. Nowhere have we been talking about holding expenses and increasing revenue. The parking charges is actually talking about that. So it's interesting to me that I'm hearing councillors who want rates reductions at the moment are also wanting to increase expenses and or reduce revenue, which is exactly what's happening with this motion. It's going to reduce revenue, and it's revenue from a legitimate source, people who park. But if you drive a bus...
Sorry, hold on. What is the point of order?
Accuracy. This is not revenue to the council. This 1.6 million was going into...
It's 1.2 million.
Well, it was going into public transport and mode shift. It's not revenue for the council.
Well, it's just moving revenue, so I'm not really going to uphold that point of order.
Thank you. That's what. So, as I said, this achieves revenue for council. It'll be collected by council, it'll come into council's bank account, and the decision on expending it will be by council. Now, that's designed, as Jeff was touching on, to support other modes of transport, to increase bus services, increased safety issues for cycling and walking and things like that. So it's not it's a carrot and horse thing. We're going to give something and take something away. And charging people up to $5, let's say, a day for parking is bugger all, to use an expression that Jeff used before. So we're not really talking about breaking the bank there. What I want to say is that if we actually want to get mode shift, don't let's say the cycleways are not good enough, or the buses aren't good enough, or they're not going to the right places right that often, if you're not prepared to do something about funding them. It's a legitimate way to offset the costs of mode shift by charging a little bit for car parking, for commuters.
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
I heard the ding. Thank you, Councillor O'Leary.
It's so emotive, isn't it? And it's never changed in the 13 years I've sat round this table. I guess for me, the elephant in the room is the free parking. And free parking always sounds good, but it never delivers what we think it does. But once you've got it, it's really, really hard to take away. But that's not what we're talking about today. There are studies that I have recently read that removing car parking from a central city increases the value of businesses in the area, and one study said there was a 300% increase in foot traffic. But that's not what we're talking about today. I partly agree with the Deputy Mayor's comments, except for the Nana Council bit, but I know where he was going with that. For me, this is purely frustration. Frustration that we don't yet have parking principles, frustration that we don't have a parking management plan, and that we haven't stepped back and taken a holistic look at the whole city, that we have become the parking experts, like often we're the road engineers. That's where my frustration is. Of course, if we go out with signs that say, do you want a free lunch or do you want to pay for your lunch? You're going to get people saying, we want a free lunch. And that's what the 63% or the 59% or what 59% said. But so I want to support my good friend, Councillor McPherson, but I also want to support my good friend, the Deputy Mayor. I'm going to support him in this particular stage because staff have said that we can relook at this. And I absolutely think we need to, for all of the reasons that Councillor McPherson pointed out, because I'm a big supporter of mode shift. But I'm just so frustrated that we've got to, we've done this with parking and then we've done that and we've done something else and we've forgotten to put in a strategy. And that's what I think we need to do. We need to agree on some principles. We need to all get in the room with our sleeves rolled up, We need a strategy for the city. We need a strategy for Frankton, for Hamilton East, for the central city. Do it and then, quite frankly, get the hell out of parking. So that's my motivation around supporting this motion at this time. I think we need commuter parking, but not in the way that we've done it, and maybe not in the areas that we've done it either.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
And I'll be supporting Deputy Mayor Taylor's motion. But look, as Chair of Finance, I hate to turn down the opportunity of revenue of 1.6 million, which is the figure in the...
1.2, sorry, was what was said by staff.
1.6 is in paragraph 101. To offset at least some of the spending in an otherwise high spend budget, even though the amount of revenue collected was intended to go into the public transport budget. I don't think the timing is good here, but I think that there are other options, and I still hark back to a favourite that I have, which is a park and ride, and we do have some ideal sites around the city where we could, with minimal cost, set up park and rides. We have particular sites that are already sealed. We also have a number of unused parks around the city, which may be temporary parks and rides while we have this time period to convince residents to get on their bikes and or to use public transport rather than cars to come into the city. So look, I think there are other ways that we can skin the cat, so to speak, and reduce the amount of traffic coming over the Fairfield Bridge, increase the number of cyclists using the Claudelands Bridge. There are ample opportunities there, but I don't think the time is right to be focusing on the possible collection of a small amount of revenue which will narc our residents so much that in the end of the day it won't be worth collecting. Thanks.
Thank you. Just a clarity, because it was raised, it's 1.6 for 9 years and starts in year 2. That's the factual statement there, right?
Sorry, it's 1.3 in year 1.
It's 1.6 for 9 years starting in year 2. Just wanted to be clear on that. Is that okay? Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Okay. Thank you. A question I'd like to ask to my colleagues who are supporting this motion is, if we're not going to collect $1.6 million of revenue a year to put into public transport, then how are we going to invest in our public transport services? Because right now we have almost nothing in there, very little in there for the first 5 years or so. And there's regional council wants to be putting in frequent services that are direct, that go every 10 minutes. That's the kind of thing that people use because it's useful. And we have the data to show huge uptake when those services do become frequent and reliable and direct. For example, with the Comet, if you take a ride along the Comet, some of the infrastructure, someone talked about our infrastructure being embarrassing. It is incredibly embarrassing. There are places where the footpath runs out. There are places like Ulster Street where it is running the gauntlet to get across the road to your bus stop, and 2 people have been killed recently. There are curbs where, when you try and get off in a wheelchair, it's so steep that you would literally go flying out of the bus. You wouldn't be able to use it. There are so many issues with accessibility along these routes, with safety, and that's not even mentioning giving buses some sense of priority. Bus lanes, we've only got a tiny stretch of bus lane at the moment in a whole city of 170,000 people. We need to modernise our transport system, and this is a key part of it. So my question is, if we're not going to get the revenue from commuter parking, then where is it going to come from? That is basically it. It's not about, for me, it's not about punishing people or pushing them out of their cars, but actually this is just a way to make sure that we are investing in a modern transport system.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. I agree with Councillor Sarah and Councillor Dave. I don't think we're at all pushing people out of their cars. we're simply saying to those who choose to drive their cars, there's actually a cost to having the ability to park relatively close to the CBD and walk to town. I'm reminded rapidly of the 60,000 vehicle movements a day, Monday through Friday, that come in from outside of our city, from places like Cambridge and Te Awamutu and Morrinsville. All are very welcome. Often they work in our great city. They don't pay rates for the facility they use. I support, currently, the free parking for 2 hours in our CBD. It comes as some cost of $2 million to the ratepayer. So on one hand, I don't think it's fair to say that we're anti-cars, because we're clearly enabling those who want to drive their cars, because we subsidise them to come and park in the CBD for a couple of hours. On the other hand, the current situation is those who don't even live in the city are enjoying free car space when they come to work each day. They happen to block up a lot of the streets that our residents live and play in. So I think when looking at this, this is a balance. And I believe in this case, forgoing the revenue of $1.6 million is nonsensical. This is an opportunity for us to send a clear message that we are as a city maturing and growing, and if you want us to be able to invest in free parking for up to 2 hours in the city, if you want us to have quality public transportation, then somewhere along the line there is a level of charge that has to be laid. And I'm suggesting that an appropriate mechanism is to charge for commuter parking on those streets. My final comment, I am reminded by the passionate argument from a young, well-paid accountant at our public submissions who said that he felt it was terrible that he was going to have to pay to have the right to park so close to his work. He confirmed that he doesn't live in this city. He doesn't pay rates in this city, but he thought that it was okay for the ratepayers of Hamilton to subsidise his free car park to enable him to go to work with the least amount of inconvenience. Does that sound like a logical decision on behalf of our ratepayers? I say no. Let's charge them.
Thank you. Councillor Van Houston.
Thanks very much. Thanks for reminding me about that chap, Councillor Wilson. I too recall his submission and the fact that he got here at 7 a.m. and at that time of the day there were plenty of car parks available to him. Much later than that, and there aren't any car parks. And that means our residential streets are getting chogged up with cars that are from all over the Waikato that aren't leaving a space for visitors to come and visit. There was also another submitter at that time, and she talked about the disability that her and her partner have, and that the difficulty they have of being able to get their car on the street, and that they would be disadvantaged by this. They wouldn't be if we had a residence system in place. Yeah, thank you. And that is possible for us to be able to do. We've got plenty of time in order to be able to do that, and that there are other things to overcome through there. There are the concerns that councillors hold around the table here today, and that gives plenty of time for those considerations to be had, for discussions to be made, and for solutions to be found. It also gives time for the commuters who are currently using those spaces for free to be able to consider other options to be able to get to work. Maybe even then we've built some cycleways for them to really consider that as an option. Perhaps the Regional Council have started up some other transport systems for them to be able to consider. So it's not just we're putting this in place and tough luck everybody. There's an opportunity for everybody to be able to consider the options that they've got for an education process to begin, and for that to be a little bit better than a sign that says, would you pay to park here? Because of course everyone's going to say no, and to email all of their friends and to text and whatever else happened through regional councils, through office blocks, through whatever mail systems the hospital uses in order to be able to get everybody to put in your submission. Here's the link. Just say no to pay parking. So I've got no doubt that that absolutely happened, and so I'm not surprised that we've got a 59 or a 63% who said nope, I don't want to pay. However, a good education program helps us to be able to move people into options that suit them the best, and for some of them it might be that I want to park there and I'll pay the $5 or something a day in order to be able to have that convenience. That's all from me. Over and out.
Thank you. Well, that is definitive. Can't wait to have my say. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, listen very intently, and some really good arguments on both sides. I remember when Andrew King was pushing charging at the Gardens 3 years ago, and it was met with an uproar, and yet 3 years later it's been socialised and we've nuanced it, and we're starting to collectively work on an agreement. And I kind of feel like this proposal before us is a little bit like that. It's got some potential. It needs to be nuanced. It needs to be defined into precinct. It needs some teething problems to be sorted, and I think we'll get there. It's a little bit like that game Tetris, when those little squares or long bits drop down and you've got to try and line them up with a hole. And I kind of think the big clunky thing's fallen down and it's not quite in the right space, but we'll get there. And I think, as Councillor Angela said, with the annual plan, there's opportunity to review this and just nuance it a little bit. I just think it's a little bit ahead of its time, but I'm still open to supporting it down the track.
Councillor Bunting.
Wow. You're right, Angela. People are very passionate about this, aren't they? Me included. Ryan brought up Tetris. We're getting to the point where parking is like playing Tetris, trying to find a park in some of these residential streets. It is very, very congested out there, so I applaud the initiative of a disincentive to park in those areas. My good friend Ewan brought up supporting the free parking in town, and I remember pushing that through, and my whole world has turned upside down today, because when my jolly good chum Rob is supporting free parking, my whole world has gone upside down. What happened for the last 3 years? It's gone brilliant, boy. Have I got some news for you later on. Hey, but it always did bug me when I was working with Access Hamilton that we had the free parking and the idea of a donut of paid parking around it for this very reason. The CBD free parking did work. It was intended to bring people into the centre of town, revitalise it, give it an equal option with the base and Chartwell, yada, yada, yada. And there's lots of evidence that says it did work, to the point where we got too busy in the centre of town. Now, my issue with that is we get too busy in the centre of town. We're trying to actually squeeze people out of the centre of town to the outer areas. Then we charge them, so we're going to force them all back in again to play parking roulette with the free parking inside. So I think there's more work to be done on this. I am encouraged by my dear chum Angela when she suggests that we can look at this any time. I think there are some more nuanced ways of doing this than perhaps this. Maybe this is a little bit blunt instrument at this point. There has been a parking strategy that we've been working on since the very beginning of my time with Access Hamilton, and the thing still isn't finished, so hopefully it'll be done one day soon, before cars become extinct. But the convincing argument for me was actually when Deputy Mayor Jeff brought up something that I have been saying for a long time: you can't irritate people out of cars. I'm sorry. I think we've made a great step today with the cycling plan. We are providing an alternative for people, but until that alternative is in place, you can't bully them, or no, I think bully's too strong, but you can't disincentivise until you've provided the option. I think Sarah's right. We're not investing enough in public transport. It's not right yet. our cycling options aren't right yet, but until they are right, we can't disincentivise them with cars. And believe me, for very personal reasons, I wanted to go the other way, but I will be supporting Jeff in this one.
Thank you. I think that it's me now. Thank you. Look, I second this because I thought the debate was needed to be had, and like a number of my colleagues here, I've got to bob both ways. And on the one hand, supporting the principle of having structured parking fees that can be reinvested into the city for good transport. But on the other hand, this is a very minimal revenue gain for the amount of concern it's raised. And the numbers, as Jeff has pointed out, clearly sit with having concerns about this at this time. I possibly could have supported it if it had been a few years further out. I don't have confidence that the 1 year will be sufficient to get all our ducks in a row with this. If we already had things like dedicated bus lanes, if we had a faster commuter bus service around the greater CBD, if we had some of those that cycle infrastructure, the Eastern Cycleways and the University Link already in place and things like that, that gave people other options, I'd be more inclined. But I'm just not. But I want to say to those, but there's a few criticisms that have been fielded in the debate, and it's all good debate. There are a number of things you can do. You can collect more money, or you can spend less. So let's just remember that it is about getting that balance right. And so I haven't personally looked to get rid of anything, but I have looked to phase things differently. And I'll continue to do that to balance our financial impacts versus the work we can do. And I'm not going to apologise for that. So in terms of, so basically I'm going to support Deputy Mayor Taylor's motion at this point in time, because there isn't another option that takes us part way. I hope that with the... Oh, and another point I did want to make is I know that Regional Council rates significantly Hamilton City for their passenger transport, and always have done. And I largely support that. And of course, it runs a little bit more under the radar than the Hamilton City Council. They have put additional costs on the Hamilton ratepayers, same ratepayers as our own, this year for PT. I do take on board, however, Sarah's point well made about the infrastructure. We need to find ways of rolling out increased infrastructure. We just can't do all things tomorrow, unfortunately, because we just don't have the money in this time and place with the growth we're experiencing. But absolutely, love to see the curbs, all Kirsty curbs should be just about everywhere. More shelters, more stops, all of those kind of things. But I think that will come. So at the moment, I'm just going to stick with this option. So we will go to the vote.
Why does it say motion amendment? Oh, it's just motion. Oh, wait on. Reset.
I knew you'd come across it.
You've seen the line. It makes sense, man.
Will we start?
No, honestly, your heart
My mind is over here.
Can't I make you go with your mind, Angela? Go with your intellect. Go with your mind.
Well, if you went with their intellect, you'd be supporting their game.
Oh, well, we will see.
The motion is carried, 7-4, 5 against.
Well, okay.
Start of tomorrow, just on a process, could we have a report, it'll be an interim one, on the net position because of any changes we've made?
Yep.
Like the one to front load the Borman Road 16 million and the foregoing of this 15 million just now?
15 million.
just to show what that's done to either rates or the
I've got
headroom.
no problem with those, and if it can be done in that
Just a
time.
consecutive,
Yeah. Yeah, but we're only reminding
You could do it for us, Rob.
We know what it will look like. We also know that we're not through all the decisions yet. But let's get another one under our belt today. Which one are we on, please?
So the next one is the second jetty at the Hamilton Gardens. There is a motion.
Okay, so... Oh! What? Sorry, it's moving up down the stream.
Yes, ma'am.
So are you free parking in the
I have a question on procedure. You mentioned earlier on that we're going late into the night tomorrow. When was this decided? Because
When? No, what I didn't say we were going late into the night. I said if there was a night where we were required to put additional time in, it would be tomorrow.
Oh.
Not, okay?
I must have missed that conversation.
So just to flag...
Yeah, I reckon, eh?
If we're expedient with our decision and debate like we have been today, there's no reason why that should occur. But if it looks like that Thursday could spill over, we might need to take a bit longer on Wednesday, and that's what I flagged.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I know it's just I have a firm appointment tomorrow, and that's worried. But I'll take that offline and talk with you about it.
Yeah, well, that happens, and I guess we all have to be dedicated, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know,
to
but
the
it was
LTP.
in the calendar until 5.
Yeah, I know, we can't. I'm trying to avoid it, Mark, and we're wasting some time, decision-making time now, actually.
Okay.
If it's a matter of short time.
Yeah, we might even get...
Suddenly we look like we're going to do a morning or early afternoon, and then we'll just carry on. Yeah, and it will be in discussion with my colleagues, but it's just to give you a flag up that may be a useful way of getting through the business. So let's see how we go with that. But let's get through one more today, which is the Hamilton Jetty, which has been moved by Deputy Mayor Taylor. It hasn't got a seconder at this point in time. Councillor Bunting seconds. Discussion. Is there any questions on this? It's pretty straightforward, actually, but everybody understand it?
Ian, I've got a
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether this means that construction happens earlier or not. I don't. So what I'm saying is I really don't understand I'm not too worried about the planning period. It's when's the construction, and i.e. the big spend. Yep. Does that change?
Well, the big spend may not be as big a spend as the original budget there, because so year 6 is the answer to your question in terms of construction, but the idea is basically instead of building a gold-plated jetty at the gardens, to take 500k, do some work on, do some analysis on what other infrastructure we could have on the river that might deliver more bang for buck. Just smaller things where boats can moor and all that sort of stuff, and we can get more usage than that. And obviously we don't know what that's going to cost. So you've got 500k to do that work, and the rest of the money set aside for whatever construction may occur if we want to go ahead with it.
So there would only be still 500 grand. That's all that's being brought forward.
That's being brought forward.
Yes. There's no other cash for construction being brought forward or anything like that.
No.
Okay. Thanks. I'll just
Just a procedural question on this.
So we'll get through the questions. Councillor O'Leary.
I think you've answered, because that's where I wanted to go, but it's not. So when you're saying rephased, that's just talking about the 500,000. There's no new jetty. It could after investigation, it could respond to the Waikato Bombers or the Waikato Explorers mooring or anything like that. Okay, cool. Or, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it's basically a strategic plan around river infrastructure, as we discussed with Darren Mills the other day on a number of occasions, so that we actually get a little bit strategic about what we're doing. And he mentioned that his types of boats are changing too. So we do that work, and then we, as Deputy Mayor said, we may not have to spend the rest of the money, or we might want to spend it on the river infrastructure that we decide we need. Obviously, we'll pull in Mana Whenua, the Regional Council, and a bunch of other organisations, river users, etc.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah. Well, I was My question is to the mover, and whether or not, Jeff, you'd consider removing the balance of the unspent funds that are currently sitting in year 6 or 7, because as a result of bringing forward the 500,000, it will give us much more detail about potentially other smaller projects that could occur. Surely that those should then be thrown back in the list of priorities with everything else. Because, or are you saying you really still want to keep all those funds in the plan, even though we have really no idea? Because I think you're saying you don't want a second jetty at the garden.
At this stage.
Right, which makes sense.
I don't think there's any need for it until the later stages of the LTP, the 10-year period.
So I'm agreeing with you. I'm just
sure. I guess my only reluctance is I think this will show, the analysis will show that we do need a bit more infrastructure on the river, generally, and I suppose we're putting aside that OPEX. I'm a little reluctant to do away with all the CAPEX because it's set aside for that purpose. Happy to talk further about it, but that's kind of where I'm at the moment.
That answers the question, so you can think about the benefits of that. Councillor Pascoe.
Tracy, the effect of the motion is simply to move some deck chairs around, I take it, in the sense that we're moving 500,000 from years 6 and 7 to years 3 and 4, and we're moving the balance into year 6. So the consequence effect of that is to move some CAPEX into year 4, years 3 and 4, or one or the other, and there'll be some consequential interest cost that will appear earlier in the LTP than it would have if it had been in years 6 and 7. Is that?
Yeah, and the
Is
other
that a
thing that I
summary?
just need some clarity on is the $500,000 is actually operational money, not capital. So I just need to be really clear on what the outcome of the capital amount is, if we're still keeping that original capital amount, or if I'm just going to make that less and move the 500K into my operational.
Well, I thought it would be the plan which would ultimately end up going into the CAPEX.
No, so what this is, as you've just heard explained, this is exploring the options, and it's around that feasibility study and things like that. So what happens with these sorts of situations is it has to be operational until you've made an actual decision. So until that time, it's all about design and kind of exploration. If this was part of we've already made the decision that you want that second jetty, then yes, it flips into, and from that point on, once you've made that decision about what that asset will be, it becomes part of that capital expenditure. But this exploration which is what the Deputy Mayor is talking about, has to be operational.
So when we get to year 6, if we went ahead with it, then you would go back to year 4 and take that 500,000, year 3 or 4, and take the 500,000 and add it on to the CAPEX, or does it remain OPEX forever?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So that's the downside of this, is that we will have a $500,000 OPEX cost, which we wouldn't have had we done the whole project in years 6 and 7, where both the feasibility and the and the capital works would have all got wrapped into one exercise. Is that, am I right there, or does?
If you were still going on the track of it was going to be a second jetty, as long as that was still the plan and what the project was about. If at that point in time in year 6 you then still wanted to go and explore other options, and the second jetty was just one of many, then we would be in exactly the same situation, and I would be challenging at what point you were doing that exploration and feasibility study, and what point you'd made a decision around what that asset is.
Okay, thank you for that. I understand that. Thank you.
Councillor Van Oosten.
Thanks for that. If I heard you right, Lance, the 500,000 would do a whole of scoping of the river. Is that correct? And about what it would be used for, at what parts, and including consultation with mana whenua, etc.
Absolutely. So it'll be carrying on from the river plan, which was quite a high-level document, is actually doing that, all that detailed study about, we heard from the bombing people, we've heard from Darren and other river users, a whole bunch of river users during the submissions. So we'd actually get a strategic plan. We'd come with options back to council, and you'd say whether you want to fund option A, option B, option C, what's the regional council's contribution, what's private, what's council, that sort of thing. So we'd have an absolute plan about what infrastructure we need around jetties, bombing places, all those sorts of things.
I note that we consulted in the document around a second jetty. What kind of additional engagement would we need with community should the overall outcome differ from a second jetty? Would we need to go back to a consultation process on the new plan?
Well, I think as we work through it, we'd be talking to a lot of groups. So the engagement would essentially happen as we work through it. So I think you'd be engaging with that many groups in the public at large, then having an overall engagement process, I think would probably be reasonably small at the end of it if you do actually need it. I think we'd make the call at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thompson?
The 500,000, how much of that is for the scoping and feasibility, and how much of it is for the actual concept designs?
It would probably be 60-40 on the order that you talked about.
Yeah.
Depending on what infrastructure we decide we want to do from the first strategic part, but then concept designs obviously aren't detailed designs, which gets very expensive, and you start doing your geotech and all that, but it'll be about 60-40. Yeah.
Right, okay.
Just to qualify, the money sounds a lot for the jetty. The jetty out of the quantum there was less than half of that. It was actually like where it was going to be placed at the gardens, there's like a gully system, and there actually has to be a walkway and a boardwalk actually built up to get people up through the Rogers Rose Garden, actually up to where the Gate 2 car park is and the play area there. So it wasn't just the jetty, it was actually also the connecting trails and that sort of thing. So I think things have moved on too with Darren's boat and what he's going to be operating since we did the draft 10-year plan. So things have moved along a bit, and I think that's why Deputy Mayor Taylor, and working through the CBD and River Advisory Group, is actually looking at that whole holistic picture of the river rather than just that jetty issue.
Okay, but you would keep all of that would need to be the OPEX, so you couldn't have some of that later stuff, then say concept designs attached to actual capital projects?
You could, but I think the costings for later would be more around your detailed design, which becomes CapEx rather than OPEX. Concept designs are generally OPEX because they're part of your feasibility.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor, do you have a question of your own? I didn't mean it to sound like that. Do you have a question of yourself?
Yeah, I do probably actually. No, I don't know why I've got my name up. I'm sorry. I was thinking, I was wondering, because it's caused a bit of confusion, whether or not I should pull it and do some thinking and talking with staff and bring it back tomorrow. I don't know. It just feels like there's a bit of confusion.
Well, I think if we're halfway through the questioning now, I think if we can clarify the confusion, we
okay.
best to go ahead.
All right, let's plough ahead then. I have no questions. Okay.
Well, yeah, just from the point of view that we don't want to redo it to no further advancement. So you're quite clear how this sits?
Yeah, and we have changed
We
the
have,
motion
changed the
to help make it a little bit clearer for everyone.
Right, so is... Pardon? Yeah.
I thought that both the mover and the seconder had agreed to remove the balance of the funds out. Now what you're saying is, in fact, you're not willing to do that? No,
Got the balance of the funds is in there.
that you're retaining the balance of the funds, because Mark had told me that you had agreed
No,
to
no,
remove
so
it.
all that matters to me is that the mover and the seconder understand what they're trying to achieve here, and it's consistent with what you understood. So what,
Okay.
in terms of, you're keeping the, yeah, that's right, so that when you've done the feasibility, you've got some money to actually invest into whatever the solution is. Is that right?
Yes, yeah. Otherwise, I don't, yeah.
Okay, so I just had a quick question just to refresh me. It might be a stupid question actually, but it's late in the day. Wellington Street Beach and what the Bomb Association and what Maxine's been promoting quite rightly about the jetty and that is there any other money for that, or Wellington Street Beach separate, or is there nothing in for Wellington Street Beach? It's already plugged in, so nobody's question. So this would be potentially additional infrastructure.
Down the road.
Brilliant, Karpai, thank you. I knew there'd be a sensible answer to that question. All right.
From me, the question that was asked is investing $3 million in the new jetty 2026 to 28. I'm just wondering why it's 1895 and 500, because it's
so
not...
I can clarify that.
Thank
the
you.
3 million is a rounded up number, so we, in all of the consultation document, we rounded, so it was 2 point something, and it was rounded up to the 3 million.
Okay. It's not even 2.5 million though, that's up, so, yeah, I just...
Sorry, I don't understand. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can clarify that and come back to you.
Thank you.
It's a generous rounding.
Interest.
Okay, so let's go into the debate. Deputy Mayor Taylor. Oh, hang on, pause.
We can answer it. Because it's later in the year, it's inflated. So depending on where it is, so that the original amount that the team would have put in moves from year to year because of the inflation rates. So that's why we have to be a little bit specific, and which is why it depends on which year you put it in. As we've talked about, it depends on what the total ends up coming at.
Okay. Okay, councillors, we'll get through this debate and then I will call it a day. So that should be your incentive. But Deputy Mayor Taylor, debate, please.
Thank you. Yeah, look, my position working with staff is that we came upon the decision to put the jetty in there partly because of issues that we were having with Waikato River Explorer and swimmers down by Hamilton Gardens. That issue, two things have happened since. That issue has diminished a little, quite a bit in fact, is not such a concern. And secondly, the wider picture of how we use the river and what other infrastructure we can put in there to get more bang for buck, to get more usage across the whole city, has sort of come into being. We've had a lot of submissions on that, and so it seems a more sensible spend of a significant amount of money to actually invest in that. And so what I'm suggesting is that we rationalise things a bit better. You know, we're tight for money in this budget, so to me, spending that significant amount of money on another jetty when we've already got one at the Gardens did not seem sensible and does not seem sensible. So I want to see us rationalise, look at what we can do, a more cohesive plan along the river so that we can provide infrastructure for all river users. And so I'm suggesting we do the work, and then we see what comes out of it. But I do want to leave some money in the budget so that we can actually deliver on it. Otherwise, it's just another unfunded project there. So, and I do think, you know, we all want to invest in the river. You know, we had a lot of interest in it in our LTP submissions. And we're interested in getting people to use it as much as possible, commercial operators and the public. And we've got terrible river infrastructure. It's embarrassing, the infrastructure along our river. So here's a chance to once and for all, instead of going ad hoc and doing things, to say, right, let's come up with a plan, let's look at the whole river along our city and see what smaller infrastructure we can provide that's going to serve a whole lot more people than just one jetty at the gardens.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. When initially the Deputy Mayor and the second Councillor Bunting suggested this, I had understood that as part of the strategy was that they would remove the balance of the funds until they had a result of the $500,000 expenditure. I could have supported that, but now the current motion I cannot support, and I can't support it for this very simple reason. We felt that there was a problem at the gardens, so we decided we'd put in $2.4 million and build a second jetty. We've now discovered that in fact the problem really isn't a problem because the instigator of the problem's moved to Auckland. So now we're saying, oh, well, actually, there must have been some underlying problem, so let's take 500,000 and go do a deeper dive. Meanwhile, we'll keep 1.9 million in future years. But my point to that is, that's the cart in front of the horse. We've pre-assumed that the result of the inquiry will immediately need us to prioritise the 1.9 million ahead of all the other potential pressures that this council could face over the next couple of years. Surely it would be better to say, yeah, take the 500,000, do a deep dive, analyse when you've identified the work that you feel needs doing and you've got some costs around it, bring it back to an LTP, and then let us as elected members balance that with all the other priorities we have at the time. This appears to be saying, well, we're not quite sure what those projects are, we're not quite sure what the costs are, but we really do want to keep the 1.9 million up our sleeve. That, to me, is the wrong way to be funding this. It automatically assumes whatever the outcome is more important than anything else that we may be facing. And it seems to be, it's just a flawed process in my humble opinion. So I won't be voting for it. I would prefer that we vote against it, and in fact, there is no funds for a second jetty if there isn't a requirement for a second jetty. And then I'd happily move a motion for the 500,000 for you to go off and do the plan. But until you know what the costs are, I think it just seems unfair that we're keeping $1.9 million up the sleeve when that could help us balance our books earlier, that could help us do a number of things and give us a little bit more headroom.
Just a little point of process that if this one fails, then the prevailing one is to build the second jetty sooner.
So I would
26, 28, sorry. 26, 28.
I had read that and thought that okay, so in which case I would...
It's option one, build the new jetty, 26, 28, right?
Yes, yeah. And so the other option had been option 2, correct if I'm wrong. All right, so I guess I'm foreshadowing I would move a motion if this lost to remove the quantum out of year 6 and 7, but keep the 500,000 to enable...
We do that in the middle of debate?
Do you see what I'm saying?
Sorry, just hang on a minute. So we are actually... hang on a minute, councillors. We are in the middle of debate and I just want to keep the process pure. I was only really just making sure that there was an awareness, but what have I done?
Technically, he's already debated and now he's moving an amendment.
But we relaxed. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. We relaxed that standing order.
Okay, so
we did that for across the board, not just for one. So that's okay.
Right. Because I'm sure that Ryan would also move it. I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Rob
no. Well, let's not go down that road yet.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that the process was clear, because I don't want to lead people into unintended consequences. Councillor Pascoe.
Should I be moving?
If this,
No, we're going to vote for this one. If it's lost, then there's the opportunity. Ewan's foreshadowed something.
Okay. Well, look, I partly support Councillor Wilson's arguments here. I would prefer to see if the 500,000 has the acceptance of the council group, that it be used not just for a jetty, but it be used to look at generally the infrastructure on the river, and then we don't lock ourselves into that. When I look at years 4 and 5, in terms of affordability of the draft budget, we will be reporting surpluses of between $13 and $16 million. So the 500,000 becomes a possibility in terms of being able to afford it, with the proviso, of course, that in the 4th year of this LTP, the current one that we're in now, we were expecting a surplus of $3 million, and we've turned that currently into a deficit of $3 million, despite increasing rates by nearly 9%, projected increase in rates. So I'm not guaranteeing that we will have that money in years 4 and 5, but if we did, we could certainly afford it. But just generally speaking, in support of, I haven't even started my 3 minutes yet. I'm ahead today. But generally, in support of Deputy Mayor Taylor, I do think our river infrastructure needs a really good look at. And it may be that where we land is not on another jetty, or it might be on another jetty somewhere else and not at the Gardens, but I would like to see some money being spent to look at the whole of that infrastructure and how we can get proper connections in the same way that we're seeking connections for road, for cycling, for modal change and so forth. Okay, so I won't be supporting that in the form that it is, but I will look to potentially another motion that I might support. Thank you.
I'd like to withdraw my seconding from that original motion. Point of order? Yeah, from the original one, so...
I don't think you can, because it is on the table, so...
I haven't spoken yet.
But you can vote again, no, but it's...
Can I check on standing orders on that one, please?
Yep, I'm being informed here in my...
So you can, at this point, you can't withdraw. Because it's been put to the table to be debated. Okay. And we've started debate.
You can vote against.
Can I not? I thought I could withdraw my seconding at any time.
Not at this point, no.
Just at this point.
Well, once it's put and you start debating, we can't withdraw it.
All right. Well, look, I'm going to speak against.
Well, hang on, but it's not your turn.
Well, no, it was. I pushed my button twice. I was actually before Sarah to start with.
You are after Sarah. Sarah, go.
Time will come.
Hang on a minute. We'll just take a break because you're all talking in one ear and Becca's talking in the other, and I can't hear either. So let me just get clarity on the process. Hang on. I just need to make sure that we've got the process correct.
So do they accept as default?
It out again. If everyone in the room is amenable to the change of that, we can change it with the will of the room, right? Is there anybody dissenting from that? No.
Are we clear on what years it is?
So the clarity on the years is what?
I haven't got my glasses on.
That's
4 and 5 for the 500K.
So we've split it evenly across years 4 and 5, so it's 500K, so which effectively 250 in years 4 and 250 in year 5. Are those the years that you want it to occur in?
No, Jeff, you're the mover. I just need to get some clarity from you.
Do it earlier.
Yeah, year 2 and 3, I think.
Yeah, two and three.
We will bring the...
You'll bring it forward.
Three and four. 3 and 4. Years 3 and 4. Years
So
3 and
well,
4,
look,
that's the final offer. Yeah.
Oh, screw
I feel like I should just approve it later.
I think so.
I think I'm just going to.
This-
Well.
We're almost
Well,
there.
we're nearly there. I was thinking of this, and it's partly my fault for clarifying, because I heard things in the question that made me realise that people didn't realise what the default position was, and I just wanted to be clear on that so that we were debating the right thing, which is part of the problem with this process. Because every process has its flaws. I suggest we lay it on the table, we go home, we come back fresh in the morning, tackle it again with clarity. Okay, so we are adjourned until tomorrow morning.
I might shoot myself anyway.
Jeff, you go